Mobile Legends craze has swept the Philippines by storm. But out of this nation of gamers, a courageous few have dared to rise above the rest. Enter the first ever Mobile Legends professional scene, where gamers become pros and the daring becomes legendary.
Smash them!
This is the story of MPL. The first season of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Philippines was the true start of the Mobile Legends competitive scene in the country. With the help of MET Events, the most established eSports events organizer in the Philippines, the MPL scored the country to find teams willing to compete for the unprecedented prize pool of over 2.5 million pesos. Digital Devils, OBS Gaming, and Aether Main headlined the inaugural MPL PH season. Top players such as Rigo, Yaku, Zaplu, Pakbet, and Jeff Cutie Forever also made a showing in the tournament. Popular community figure Akosidogi also made an appearance, not just as a shoutcaster and a pro scene pundit, but also through the team he helped groom himself. It would be Aether Main that would ultimately claim the grand prize on July 1 at the grand finals at the SM Mall of Asia Music Hall after a dominant 3-0 sweep over Digital Devils Pro Gaming. The team not only took home more than 1.6 million pesos, but also the title of the first ever MPL National Champions. The explosive grand finals was the mark of something new. A new esports scene. The second season of the MPL started with the news that Bren Esports, the current kings of mobile esports, had acquired Aether Main's roster. This newly branded super team would then go on to become the champions of Mobile Legends Southeast Asia Cup, the MSC in 2018. Signal, the television channel, acquired the Digital Devils Pro Gaming roster. Filipino Dota 2 powerhouse Execration took under their banner OBS Gaming's roster. Even Aether, with their players sold to Bren Esports, attempted to rebuild their roster. The second season of the MPL would find Signal Ultra dethroning Bren Esports, creating the first true rivalry of the league. As Season 3 of the MPL launches with a fresh new theme for the summer, the professional players in the league would hit things up in their organizations. Execration's Jeff Cutie Forever left his longtime teammate Zaplu to join Archangel. As for the actual grand finals, Bren Esports, battered but somehow alive from the lower brackets, would meet Archangel in the grand finals.
So para sa mga sumusuporta sa Archangel dyan, mag-ingay!
At para naman sa sumusuporta sa Bren, mag-ingay!
Focusing on to pain, will this be the final divide?
Oh my G, Ribo ang natira dito kumakagat.
There we go!
Siya, si Kapitan ang natira.
A new champion awaits.
Archangel
Are the new MPL champions. But the reign of the High Flyers were rather short-lived as the MPL PH Season 4 saw fiercer competition. Geek Fam and ONIC PH, the two teams from the main qualifiers, came in with guns blazing. They replaced the playoff spots usually filled by the champions Signal Ultra and Archangel. Though Geek Fam settled for a respectable 5th to 6th place, their co-rookie almost had a flawless debut. ONIC PH was one game away from hoisting the MPL PH trophy, if not for the iconic a rival play from Sunsparks that snatched the thrilling grand finals off their hands.
Team ONIC PH!
Tumayo dito sila Blesa. Ay, mayroon lang palang
Walang minions! Walang minions!
Walang minions! Walang minions!
Walang minions!
Oh my God! Nice one! May mag-gay pa!
Iyanto! Nako! It's
Iyanto!
going for the bottom step!
Nag-going for the best! Binibigyan lang niya ako! That's it! You're champion!
Although both of them were still bestowed with the honor of representing the Philippines in the first ever M1 World Championship, their rivalry is only bound to intensify. After 4 exciting seasons of the MPL, the league has still yet to have its first 2-time winner. Those who used to be on top are now gone, and with the chaotic roster shuffle that transpired in between seasons, those who were once friends are now foes. These are signs that the league, after 4 seasons, is still filled with close games, miraculous upsets, and life-changing plays. Now, with the 5th season of the MPL upon us, who knows who will rise from the rest this time and claim the crown? Regardless of what happens, one thing is certain, that the Mobile Legends scene in the Philippines is alive, and there's no better time than now to start watching it.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Welcome everybody to the last day of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League regular season for the Philippines in Season 5. I'm Rockhart, with me is Osiris at Midnight, and we are going to tear up the town today. It's going to be a lot of Mobile Legends action coming your way very, very shortly. So again, before everything gets started, of course, we'd like to thank, of course, our sponsors. MPL PH Season 5 is presented by Smart. And together with PLDT Smart Foundation, in partnership with Smart, we can help our frontliners as we stand together to be the real heroes in these challenging times. Support our frontliners through SMS. Text DONATE to 3456. And donations are going to be open from April 22 to July 16, 2020. MPL PH Season 5 is also brought to us by our sponsors, Realme Smartphones, Logitech G, our official headset partner, and organized by Moonton. Make sure to check out the 515E Party. Oh my god, the rewards are still flooding in all over the world here. Check it out in the in-game client. Pick up that new hero, Luo Yi. And it should be a lot of fun playing that hero. Just don't play it in ranked games yet. Just practice. All right? Okay, we're going to go ahead and show up. I think someone has something to show us all the way from the land of TikTok. What you got, yo? Say it.
Battle, come and battle. I'm the real gamer rebel from Earth to space. We party place to place. I need from Earth to space. Mobile Legends start the race. Party on. Game on.
I'll be honest, that's absolutely amazing. I'm just still a bit confused by how you do that. I'll discuss that later. Anyway, again, here on the panel is, of course, myself, Rockhart, with Osiris and Midnight. How you boys doing on this fine Sunday afternoon? Absolutely. Mr. Osiris, I think he kind of
Yes,
stepped on it. Well,
I'm back.
there you go.
I got my
there you
voice.
go.
Alright.
Sorry about that.
Welcome
But
back.
yeah,
Welcome back, man.
Really excited about the games as how excited I am. I lose my voice a bit, and he's back. We're getting ready. How about you, Midnight? How's everything there?
Yeah, I'm actually excited to see the matches for today, and there are two things. I'm really hyped to watch the games, but I'm also really hyped to finish MPL because we have more games after this. Everything ends. You know that, Rock Hard. We lost a game before we started MPL,
Yep.
but the most important thing is that we are gonna determine the top 4 teams and the teams that will be placed on the lower bracket.
Yep, lower bracket placings. Geek Fam, unfortunately, of course, going to be solidified at that point. Or do they have a chance? That's actually what I need to check later as well. Because, of course, first match is going to be Geek Fam versus BSB here, which, as you can see, their standings are quite far apart from each other. The biggest difference maker is, will Geek Fam get a +2? Is that possible? But I think even if they do, they will be a bit behind on the actual scoring, right?
Yeah, I think Geek Fam PH is already eliminated because U Level fought against Geek Fam PH before, and they actually won the series. So if they're tied up in points and the series points as well, that will mean that we're gonna go ahead to head-to-head match, wherein U Level has the advantage because again they won the match against Geek Fam PH.
And man, Geek Fam PH, I gotta say, I like where they've been. You know what? It's kind of bad. We're definitely gonna be missing these guys in the playoffs. BSB though, again, the newer team here. I mean, I feel bad. Geek Fam used to be the newer team, and then they got in like 6th, I think, or 5th last season, and now it's gonna be another new blood here. BSB. What can we say about these guys?
Yeah.
I feel like BSB has been on the roll so far, considering they are the rookies of the year of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, they are one of those teams, so we are expecting. I mean, from the qualifiers, they got so many tricks under their sleeves. Their synergy is really solid. The aggression is there. They are the ones who's playing on a mage type of composition, which is the rise of 122 is currently being placed. I think that's the reason why they are on a current roll, because the meta is kind of favoring into their gameplay, but then BSB needs to catch up even more if they really want to raise the stakes right now.
Yeah, I mean that's right. You made a good point there. BSB is the type of team to pick up the mages, and I think the team started going towards that route. We're staying away from the 1-3-1s, the hyper carries. Yes, the links, the clods, and the carries still appear, but we've seen the rise of Brunos, the Grangers, and even the mages like Esmeralda. I'm really hyped to see more mages. Yesterday we've seen Bren eSports pull up a Gushen on the off-lane side, so we're heading to some place wherein hyper carries don't exist anymore, because again there are mages that can really play around these kinds of strategies. If they are able to shut down the hyper carry of the enemy and you have 2 cores, you instantly win the game.
Basically, it is no more of the super 4-1 strat. Like, feel like everyone just doesn't want to do that much of funneling anymore. And again, Gushen was discussed by the Brent's coach yesterday as well. I don't know if you guys watched that. That was pretty awesome as well.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Hopefully, we'll get a lot more content like that from Ducky himself. But again, heading into this matchup, Geek Fam though, feel like these guys. Could you say that Geek Fam has been on a slump lately? Considering sometimes you would see them rise up and maybe put a series on a 2-1, but overall they would lose the series. Will you say they are in a slump, or can they still pull off a win against BSB here in this matchup?
Yeah, I think right now they are really on a slump. They're a bit on a coin flip side of a team, whether they do or die, or they can be impeccable at times, but then they're going to have a hard time closing the game, especially the whole series.
For me, I think Geek Fam PH, they're not on a slump anymore. We've actually gone past that. I would describe this as being a team that is exhausted. Okay, so it's a state of it's a state of a team wherein you can't figure out the meta. You've tried so many things. You've experimented on a lot of things, and you can still make it. So Geek Fam PH overall, I think they're an exhausted team, and the way you deal with exhaustion is just play the game. Just enjoy everything that you do in the game. That's the reason why we've seen Geek Fam PH actually stand toe to toe against, I believe that was against Blacklist International. So if they can find the sweet spot of enjoying the game and finding this particular experimentation, then you give the chance to Geek Fam PH. But then again, BSB on the other hand is the solid idea behind experimentation and
Yeah.
the comfortability of the hero. So we've seen Lilia always picked up on this lineup because of
Yeah.
Shiny Cutie. The Esmeralda actually gave rise to the mage meta once again. And who was the player that utilized it the most? It's not JP, it's not KLBJ, it's not any other team. It's BSB, it's Shiny Cutie.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then the complete polar opposite of exhausted. I think these guys have been playing refreshed, despite not being as dominant as obviously our upper bracket teams. You can feel their presence. This is a team that has a solid presence overall, and I like it about these guys. Never afraid to pull off heroes that they're not what some people would call monkey see, monkey do. Right, like we talked about last night. They're definitely not a team that does that. Again, they have a mix of strong veteran experience, obviously Shider Cutie all the way from seasons past of MPL, and of course newer blood, which is again usually highly favored by a lot of teams in Trevor and Jiraxnu. So I feel like they are a great mix of teams. Again, they are going to be in the lower bracket nonetheless. This again can be another avenue for them to show off exactly what they have in store for their playoffs, or maybe maybe it's going to be a good time for them to experiment as well, competing against a pretty solid team still.
Yeah, I think it's actually a wonderful time for the team because BSB, there are a lot of pressure on the the early stages of the regular season, but now BSB, they know that they're going to be playing up from the lower bracket, so the pressure is off and they can play good. They can play a solid performance. The thing about BSB is that, again, this is a relatively new team, and the pressure is a lot to take in. But the experience, just the prestige of being part of MPL, that's something that they can actually take away without even winning during the season. So right now, I think for BSB, they just need to step off the brakes, let the players do what they want, just enjoy the game. So basically, we have two teams wanting the same thing. Just enjoy the game, put out as much as you can, experiment anything that you want. Because again, you're safe from being eliminated. As far as I'm concerned, BSB is safe from elimination already. So again, just enjoy the game, play what you want, and maybe figure something out from these experimentations. That's what top teams do. They experiment, they have fun, and they see something that they can actually conceptualize into being a solid meta breaker.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I mean, big thoughts, of course, from being the meta breaker. We know from the teams, from those different teams, from the top teams itself, they are the ones who's doing the experiments. Especially ONIC. Remember, they got the 5-man mask last season. They are the ones who's trying different kind of strats. Even Bren, they also trying different kinds of heroes, of course. So I think it's time for the not really the losing team, but the lower scoring teams right now to find their own gem into this bad experience. But I think it's not as bad as it is. I think you can say that you didn't lose anything. You just learned something.
Yeah, it's experience overall for BSB. I think you've hit the spot there. You need to find a gem, okay? Find a gem for BSB. Again, this is a team that is already on the right path. They're already on that route.
Yeah.
The 1-2-2 setup is rising once again. You're already a team that is very well flexed with, utilizing mages on Shadow Cutie. So you start from there, and right now, again, the pressure is all off. You just do whatever you need to do. You do whatever you want to do. You have a lot of weeks to prepare for the playoffs. And Geek Fam, they might just be, a practice partner here for BSB. No offense to Geek Fam. Again, this is, this is a state of the playoffs wherein we're already determining teams that are going to be eliminated. Again, Geek Fam cannot step to playoffs anymore. So BSB, you can use this chance, to pull off something that nobody has seen before.
Yeah, and don't forget, there's also a significant prize money every time you win a game or a series, right? So that's still something that you also need to note. Every time they play, they got to play for something, and they are doing just that. Again, for the meantime, I feel like if you were Geek Fam, what's this game going to be? Is this gonna be a stepping stone to maybe a better qualifiers next season? Because I know they won't be included in the qualifiers, right? For sure.
Yeah.
Usually, top two will be eliminated. So qualifiers is gonna be the next thing here for Geek Fam. I can see them coming strong though from this one, right? I can see them
Yeah.
coming strong, and this is gonna be a chance for them to show something off. Leave their mark on the stone, as they say. Maybe give us one of the most unforgettable matches we've ever seen. Who knows? It's still a possibility, right? So that's something I'm looking forward to for Geek Fam in this regard. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like Geek Fam, they still deserve a lot of praise for the strong effort.
Yes.
They lost a lot of the games, but they didn't always lose a 0-2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
this is
sure, go ahead.
this isn't just the not they're not the entire the whole squad being judged. It's just that they just had a bad season, but they didn't have the bad players. They got the X factors. Remember, we don't have Signal Ultra Warriors from previous seasons, but then we know how strong they are. So you gotta love the team. Right now, you have the respect from Signal Ultra. Now you still got the respects coming in from Geek Fam. So I think they still deserve that kind of respect. They still deserve that kind of they're entering the qualifiers that can surprise you. Up until now, they can be surprising. Remember, they're having a hard time adapting to the meta, and we are going back to the 1-2-2 that they can just maximize with their current setup.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Geek Fam PH, although they are a very good team, I think it's just that the chemistry is not there. Yes, they're a very good team, but what makes that good team is because of the fact that it's composed of very good players, okay? And very good players in one team doesn't mean a very good team. It doesn't translate into
That's true.
having success on your team. Yes, on paper, you're a very good team, but you need to perform. And to perform, you need
Yeah.
chemistry, you need communications, you need camaraderie within the squad. And I think for Geek Fam, again, they're exhausted. They're at that point wherein you're just looking for the next part of your, the next part of your career. And honestly
Yeah.
speaking, after MPL, after this tournament is over, they might just break away from each other. I mean, yes, positivity is one thing. They can stick together. They can, try to fix what's not working for them. But they've already tried that. Okay, they've already tried that during the regular season. I'm not being negative here. I'm just talking about facts. And
Yeah.
if you look at
Of
Signal
course,
Ultra,
of
you
course.
mentioned Signal Ultra earlier.
And remember,
What
those
made
numbers don't lie.
what made Signal Ultra's storyline so unique is because of the fact that these are champions, and they were they fell off, and it's a much bigger what do you call this? It's a much bigger cliff if you're a championship team. And Geek Fam PH, they're still a relatively new roster, and they still have a chance to find what's right for them. Signal Ultra, they were already known as five of the strongest players out there. Once they broke away from each other, that's the time that you knew that there's something wrong with the team. Now for Geek Fam PH, you're not yet there. So if you need to fix what needs to be fixed, and if there's something that you can't fix within the team, you have the space to look forward to seeing your next teammates, because we never know. Geek Fam PH, there might be something between the players here. I'm not saying there's any.
Yeah,
But
that's true.
we've
That's true.
seen that for a lot of weeks already. Again, Geek Fam PH, they can perform very well if they're enjoying the game. But this is not a team that is gonna be composed as five players having good connection. So I think for Geek Fam PH, you can use this one as a stepping stone for your next career. Maybe slingshot yourself to a better team. And
Oh yeah.
for me, I would just say these five players in a single team would not work together in the short term. Maybe give them 5 months, 1 year, they can work. But as we all know, MPL season 6 is, not far away. It's not a year ahead.
Yeah.
It's months away from the current season. So it's not the right time for Geek Fan PH.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
absolutely.
of course, adding up to midnight, we just don't want to promote false positivity. We kind of need to tackle the issues face on, and then also having that kind of they might break away. Yes, that's one of the possibilities, because there are teams who's play. This is not about the draft. I mean, ONIC just playing Hilda, playing this one, playing that one, and they were able to maximize. There's the synergy, and then you can see Geek Fam having a hard time on the rotations, having a hard time on following ups, the backups, the team fights. So I think it shows. It isn't all about. It isn't hate. We really love Geek Fam. It's just that it shows right now that they're really struggling. That they're being exhausted, and they tried. How solid is that they tried? They got the whole season, and the numbers right now is a bit off. You gotta respect the guys, but they're really having a hard time, and you gotta still wait for them to explode and then come back hungry, as how other teams right now are raising the bars higher going into the playoffs.
Yeah, you know,
because
it's
if we're
just
talking
saddening
about
to
coming
see.
back, right?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I
just
mean,
saddening to see. You know, I really love Exort as a player, and to see him play Kaja. Oh no, 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 no. That's
Oh
not how
boy.
it works.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm a fan of
yeah.
them also from different tournaments. I've seen them. I think Exort, of course, was on a previous team in Omega, so I think he's really that strong. Respect the guy. Why not? Of course, the veteran who provides those kinds of insights, those kinds of experience that comes into play as a leader, as a shot caller, as the one who's pulling the trigger. So let's wait. I mean, I still want
Yeah.
these guys to have the proper teams and have a solid. I mean, if you're going to see the previous Signal Ultra mixing up with this Geek Fam, this is real. So we might see a different type of bloodline of champions right there.
Exactly. I think that's the biggest thing that Geek Fam can do here. You're on the big stage. You know, you got thousands of people watching you still. This is where, even though you're not going to be moving in placements here, a lot of eyes are still on you. A lot of teams, a lot of organizations will still be watching here today, showing,
Yes.
you know what, if you input something memorable in their brains, your future might be good. You might actually be in S6. If one of the
Yeah.
teams pick you up, they see, oh my god, this guy really went crazy here. Why don't we pick this guy? Why don't we give this guy a call and then let's add him to our team? This is exactly what Geek Fam can actually do. BSP, we're not going to talk about them that much because you know what, they are going to have still those chances. Geek Fam is probably going to be the last day here on the big stage here in the regular season. So Geek Fam, if you're listening, you guys know what to do, right? You got to get into that A game. Show them that you can still read the meta, especially with a recently added patch. If you can do that, you know what, your skills might be undoubtable with a solid 2-0 against someone who is in 6th place. That is solid.
Yeah.
That is something that they can take away from this match.
You know, this is actually a blessing in disguise for Geek Fam PH again.
Yeah.
You already know that you're not going to be part of playoffs. I've already said that they can start looking for their next opportunities. And, you know, these players, they're not going to be, they're not going to be out of teams for the next season. Again, these are
No, for
very
sure.
insanely talented individuals.
Yeah,
You're composed of the
I
top
agree.
players. Again, not all dream teams, not all star rosters who has the best of the players will work. Okay, we've actually seen that before, and you know, sometimes
What
you
team?
gotta
What
do what you
team?
gotta do. If you need to pick up, if you need to pick up a new banner, and if that is your gonna be future, if that is gonna be your successful future, why not, right? Again, these are top players. Okay, they're not gonna be out of
Why not?
teams. We're not gonna see another Jeff Beauty Forever here. These are insanely talented individuals. Even Jeff Beauty Forever, even if he's not part of this, this tournament before the qualifiers, he joined I think 2 teams. So you know, that kind of that set of players, that level of caliber that they bring, they're always gonna find new homes.
Yeah, I mean,
Absolutely.
that's what I love with MPL. It is somehow a grassroots tournament that can push you into the professional scene. I mean, we're seeing different teams from 5-on-5 rivals. We're seeing teams from different grassroots tournaments and opening the qualifiers for S6. I think this season we got around 300 entries from different teams, and there are so many stacks of pro players that we've seen who got a fair share of trying to get
As an
in,
esports.
and that's how we that's how I think it gives you a lot of hope as a future player of MPL. Of course, I'm seeing players who's really trying. I mean, getting those rank ups, getting those tournaments all around, and it opens up to those hopefuls and as the dreamers here at MPL.
Ooh.
Either way, we are going into game 1 draft here
Oh,
for
wow.
BSB and Geek Fam. This should
That
be
was
very,
quick.
very interesting. No wonder.
It's actually complete
All right.
now. Okay, it's actually complete now. And looking at the
Okay.
lineups, yeah, I think
Quick analyze.
they've shifted off the the lineup here for their own roster. Geek Fam PH is actually the team that is literally playing the strategy of BSB. So there's a change up here on the draft for both
happened?
teams, but I do think that BSB, with this lineup, they can play faster, much faster compared to Geek Fam
Yes,
PH.
yes. That's
feel
what
like-
I learned, of course, from Midnight, which is if you're going to watch his contents right there. That three of those aggressive, you have the Grok, Natalia, and of course the Selena, which is one of the ingredients to counter a funnel or to counter those farms, to deny the early buffs. You got the invade, you know where they go, where they're going. You can just go for an arrow snipe. You can have the Natalia to silence the carry itself. So I think this is BSB's game.
I think so too. I'm gonna be rooting for BSB here just because of, again, high pressure, high octane gameplay gonna be coming from these guys with the marksman of with a Kimi marksman. I actually see an invade happening like right now in my head.
Oh
So
yeah,
way
definitely.
into the future. This is an instant invade. Problem is, Geek Fam will probably read onto that. Question is, can they do anything about it?
I think they can. They have the numbers. That's the advantage of Geek Fam PH. They have the strength to tank the front lines of BSB.
Yes.
So it might go 50-50 for both teams, but the ease of execution is actually on the side of BSB. So
Okay.
for me, I'll go with BSB.
Osiris.
Yeah, I'll go with BSB as quick as that, as quick as how their lineup could be.
All right. That's going to be BSB free 0 here on the analyst desk. Let's see what Wolf and Reptar has to say about that.
Thank you so much, Rockhart and the gang. Reptar is, I don't know what's happening with Reptar. Reptar feels like he is still studying what happened because, yeah, Reptar, what is happening to you, my man? All right, kidding aside, let's now head into the game. I think the draft was so fast and Reptar couldn't hear me. Reptar still can't hear me. Okay, this is wonderful. Everybody who's watching right now, man, put in the chat, wake up, Reptar. Are you here, my friend? Are you here?
Yes.
Are
yes,
you
I
here?
am.
All
Yes, I
right,
am.
there you go.
Sorry, my sound went off a bit wonky. I don't know what happened. Sorry about that, but I'm
Okay.
most definitely here right now.
Yeah, dude. You know what? There's a problem though, because we did not. I personally did not see the lineup actually, since it was so quick. But the panel did talk about BSB having to be the favorite team in this game. So, yeah.
Yeah.
I honestly don't know what to say.
Yeah, honestly, like BSB is going to be the favorite team going into this because they are more. They're the team that's fighting for more, actually, because they are in the lower bracket going into the playoffs, and you want to end the regular season by with a win if you're a team going into the lower bracket, because that's momentum that you want to ride. And BSB, after the less than favorable performance against Bren eSports last week, or I believe it was last week, they need all the momentum they need going to the playoffs so that they can at least get a respectable run. Maybe even for a 56th place finish, just like their opponents, Geek Fam, did last season. So BSB definitely are fighting for more here, and I expect them to take the win.
So this is a different version of an elevator door, but Wilson already able to get his first blood. It's an arrow to the face. S-Man, this is usually the 6-man of BSB. Should try to go for the invade this time. Blocked off this buff and was able to reset this. It's gonna be putting a lot of pressure onto Curtizi, the Bruno. They have to be thrown away. Shader QD goes into the fight. They jump in for Wilson. They want to go for CKTD. No, they can't catch him off. That is a Cho with the Shunpo. As well as the Jeet Kune Do. That means that the buff, I'm not sure who actually got it. It probably is the Kimmy was able to take it for the team, which is good for BSP.
Yeah, and with that last fight, I like how Shadow QD positioned himself, really just stopping Bruno in his tracks from getting anywhere close. That little play, little positioning that Shadow QD did a lot already for BSP, and they were able to go in for the buff steal. Now BSP, we're just seeing them do what their lineup is supposed to do, really farm up the Kimmy, go around as fast as you can and clear as fast as you can. But this is gonna hurt because they weren't able to give enough attention to the top lane. And now with the top lane push, it's gonna be a little bit harder for their Kimmy to execute what they want to do. Look, Trevor taking a lot of damage right now. CKTD forced to go back because of the turret still there. BSP really have to take this bottom lane turret if they can.
The defense from May on this Esmeralda, this is actually really scary. It's gonna be really close. Was able to clear out the minion wave, but might pay for his life. There is the kill on the Thaps though. And all things considered, man, I think Esmeralda is pretty happy with what happened. Able to take out a farming Thams. Little bit the delay onto the turret and also frees up the space for his Bruno to farm. All things considered, they are happy with the trade-off. Now round 2 of the buffs. Reptar, I think this is gonna be a crazy invade for Geek Fam PH.
Yeah, this is an invade they have to win. Let's see if they will be able to win it. BSP are able to push him back now, but BSP is wrapping around Geek Fam right now. Hylos gets taken out. Kimmy gets another kill. Exort and the rest of Geek Fam PH are going to be on the run. There's going to be a double Kim right now. Double kill for Kimmy. Make a triple kill. That's already going to be 3 kills for the marksman of BSP, and that's not what you want to do if you're Geek Fam PH. This is time and time again. We've said an early game ramp up snowball lineup like BSP is showing right now. You can't keep giving kills to their marksman. Geek Fam PH though had the right idea to try to go in for the steal. They needed to somehow choke out the Kimmy a little bit in the resource. As we go back into the replay, no, we're not actually going to go back into the replay. Yes, we are back into the replay right now. Just see
there
the
and back
immediate
again.
response here by BSB. Yeah, there and back again. The immediate response by BSB was just too good.
Man,
too good.
It was better the second time seeing it. That was actually amazing from Jarax though. Target locked on with the ultimate, of course, maximum charge, dealing so much damage at this early stage. With 3.6k to his belt, he is actually pummeling through Geek Fam. The red buff and the blue buff all together. They were able to take out the turtle afterwards, and now might be able to punish CKTD. Gonna be caught by Trevor as well as Wilson. So close with the flicker in. The claw to the face, and it takes out the Cho. Of course, thankfully, because of Jaraknu's ultimate once again.
Man, the maximum charge from out of nowhere just hitting Cho right in the face as Bruno gets to kick a ball right into the face of Tom's. Able to get a kill there, so that's going to be a small victory that Geek Fam PH again rejoicing, but with Export getting pressure. Look at that wraparound dive. That was a BSP sandwich right onto Exort, and Popple and Koopa, the little boy, and his dog cannot do anything against that. Geek Fam PH though, I like what they're doing. They're still focusing on the push. Yes, they're behind, but at least they're able to get some turrets out of it.
Wow. I love how pro players are so adept at giving the kills to their carries. And now May obviously gonna fall execute to the face. That's Trevor with the first kill, his first kill. I mean, but yeah, I wanna go back to what I was talking about earlier. What I really love about pros is that they are so good with giving the kills to their carries. Like for example, the Kimmy, they set up BSB set the sandwich just to have the ultimate from Jarax to just get the last hit, which is important. And I was always trying to do this in pubs, and I just can't do it. I can't. I just 90% of the time I'll just steal the kill just because how I don't.
Yeah, dude.
I'm not able to calculate.
You run execute. You run execute.
No, man.
Of course you want to get the last hit. Don't try to be all humble and humble. I know you want to get the kills.
But of course there's gonna be a clash here. So much damage on the Exort. But with the help of the Wolf, they were able to fend away BSB, who actually didn't have their cores in there. Kimmy was farming as well as Thams. And this man is gonna take up a beating. A little bit of a beating Unfortunately, he's a Grok, and in comes the attack. Shader Cutie. Want to go for the attack this time. Does have the close pathway and a quadrant Inferno in there. Geo trapped with the back Guardian's Barrier. Beautiful play. Will they go for more? The turret is gonna fall. Surely they stun of Exhort. Not the easiest kill. Guardian's Barrier. Where is it? Not even needed. As Kimi is already there. This could be an inhibitor by 6 minutes, Reptar.
Arrow. Turret is going to be falling right now, and Curtizi falls down as well, so that is going to be a double win there for BSB, able to take down the turret and Curtizi, the core right now of Geek Fam PH, and this is a trend we've been seeing with Grok, well, for the longest time now, but let's bring it into the context of the past few weeks, where a lot of the amazing Grok plays we get is because of a very well-timed Guardian's Barrier. Yes, people like to think of Grok as, yeah, he has that wild charge. If you get hit in the wall, that hurts, along with the knock-up. The power of nature, though nerfed, also still hurts, and you can use it to steal buffs, but well, sometimes it's really overlooked just how much a Guardian's Barrier can turn things around for your team. And we saw that earlier with how were they able to take out Jeo on that Hylos, I believe. He tried to get out of that, but Hylos was just way too big. That Guardian's Barrier was taking up so much space, and it was just perfectly blocked there by S-Man. Now, Geek Fam PH, though, they are they're close to the point of no return, honestly. We don't need to sugarcoat it. This is one of those moments where it's really hard, maybe even near impossible to make a comeback. It's that moment where you have to wait for your opponent to make a mistake and make the most out of it. But with Jiraxnu level 14, Jiraxnu's level 14, Curtizi's only level 9, I don't see that happening here for Geek Fam.
Nah, not at all, man. It's 8 minutes and you already have 3 full items on this Kimi on top of the machete and the boots. So already has got the glowing one, the holy crystal. There was another item they did have, wasn't able to see. Divine Glaive. So he hurts. Look at that! One ultimate, half of the heal. And that's even a choke. Nobody's gonna... Oh, look at this. Even extra with just some pop shots. The chemical transformation is just way too much damage already. Want to go for the jump now. But CKTD is gonna fall because of this. Some pop shots from the Kimi is more than enough to take him down. Now the Wolf is the next one to fall. Turret for sure. Want to channel this Wolf back into action, but I bet this is just free hit onto the Kimi. Just target practice for Jaxo at this point. Reptar, it seems impossible for Geek Fam PH.
Yep, oh, when you see your tank go down that quickly to a Kimi and your tank's only level 8 also, it's an impossible comeback, honestly. That's not a sponge. That is a piece of paper trying to clean up water in the kitchen counter. And it's just not gonna work as BSB take down another turret and they might be able to end this game. May has to use the ultimate just to get away from it. No more Falling Star Moon, and it looks like no more Geek Fam PH. As one goes down, another goes down with a mega kill there. Coming in from the Selena. Jado though might be able to get a kill, they get a shutdown there on the Selena, but that's a legendary Kimi. 8, 0, and 5. But all the numbers doesn't matter because it looks like it's going to be a 1-0 first victory in this series going to BSB.
It was really easy. There's not much to take, but the fact that this is the Kimi lineup prime, right? How to execute with the Kimi. I mean, 8, 0, and 5. Their early game, their rotations was so good. This is such a classic, at least for the teams that want to run the Kimi lineup. They want to be successful with it. You have all the ingredients that you need. You need the Grok. When you want to go for the Kimi, you need like a babysitter that can help you. That is the Grok, surely. It will always be there for you. But then you also have solid side laners. That is going to come from the Thams, and I think Wilson and this Selena, as well as Trevor or the Natalia, also played their role to great effect, and this is why BSB was able to win it. There's not much you can get out of this in an analytical level, but the fact that this is a Kimi lineup that has reached its prime, it's like textbook, right? Textbook win for a Kimi lineup, and Geek Fam PH, they seem to be, I don't know, helpless at this point. They don't have their they don't have the heart anymore to win it, and I hope that they at least revive it. I hope they find the privilege. I can't remember the fib, whatever that's called, to keep themselves alive again for game 2. But let's see what the panel thinks about this. Is Wolf and Reptar giving it back to Rockhart at the panel?
Thank you very much, Reptar and Wolf, there on the caster desk. Amazing commentary as always. I guess Wolf kind of summarized that whole game in that previous sentences. It is a textbook game with what we did predict, with that Kimmy just snowballing, or rather steamrolling over the Geek Fam PH. So let's try to break that down and see what kind of factors actually contributed to that. First of all, correct on Rock is great for babysitting Kimmy, right? And overall, I feel like the unseen hero is Natalia. I feel like the Natalia just did so much as well. The stat line didn't show it, but it was in each and every team fight.
Yeah, you know, the thing about Kimi lineups is that we actually did this 2 nights ago. Okay, we ran a Kimi lineup, and the only thing, the pure context of a Kimi lineup is that you don't stop. Okay, you don't stop. You choke the guy on the neck, and you don't let go. The thing about Natalia for BSB is that it provides vision for the team. Okay, so if you have vision, if you have information, you know what plays are possible for BSB. Okay, so you know every scenarios that the enemy can pull off. Like for example, the push on the bottom lane was unprevented because Natalia was sitting behind the bushes to prevent Geek Fam from making moves. In the middle lane, the Natalia was on the what do you call this? The area near the blue buff, just to make sure that May cannot position himself to go for a falling star moon. So
that's right.
Again, Wolf has said this perfectly. The execution of a Kimi lineup in this game was, just immaculate. This is textbook Kimi. If you have all the information that the Kimi needs, then every conditions are cleared. Then you just don't stop pushing, and that is what we saw for Jiraxdu. He just he just grouped up with his teammates, and he never let go of the pressure that he was putting on Geek Fam PH.
Yeah, absolutely. Well-deserved MVP.
Yeah, I mean, this is not just like the usual conservative supports with Diggy, with those Lilia bombs, just zone everyone. This is a Grok, and it means that it's going to wild charge in, steamroll, and they just roam the map. It feels like this is just a game with a death ball strat, and there's nothing you can do to stop that one. And you got the early game prowess up until to the mid game because of the early powers coming in from Kimmy. You have all the information that you need for a setup. So, yeah, I mean, it's really on the side of a BSB with that kind of pacing.
And overall, if you do run that, I mean, don't get us wrong, right? We're not saying it's an easy lineup to run. We're just saying that BSB ran perfectly. Because imagine what would have happened if that initial invade had failed. And as Midnight did say, there was a good opening for that initial invade to fail, right? So for the early game here for Kimmy. What if? I feel like if the Kimmy fell off by just 30 seconds of farming, that would have been it. That would have been, you would not have been able to push that hard, that fast, and it's just the snowball power of the Kimmy, right? So, so much has to go right for that lineup to work the way that it did.
Yeah, Kimmy lineups are actually the hardest ones to execute because you have to clear a lot of conditions, right? We've seen a lot of Kimi games wherein they don't push for the first 2 minutes because, again, you need to clear these conditions for the Kimi to actually have the effect on the game. So if you don't execute these conditions and you're not able to get the pressure that you want, Kimi lineups fall off, okay? Kimi is not the best of late game marksman, okay? She deals a lot of damage, but she's not the same as the likes of Claude, the likes of Carrie, even the likes of Bruno. Okay, Bruno is such an amazing late game marksman. But the thing about Kimi is that he needs to be pressuring rather than being pressured, because Kimi's a ball of sack. If she's pressured, she doesn't do anything during the team fights. You need to take control over the game. You need to be sitting on the backlines. You need to have frontliners. Shout out to the frontliners, okay? So you need to have frontline tanks for you to be able to do a damn thing in team fights. Because if you're in the front lines and you don't have tanks, you're gonna be easily taken down by the enemy.
Yeah, the sieging power is really solid for a Kimmy, and you need to maximize that one before anyone can get you in. But of course, looking into the draft, there's no one who can really jump away against against a Grok that can go for a shortcut to take out a Kimmy. Remember, they got the Natalia for the silence, they got the walls. There's so many things that you need to consider. It feels like
Yeah.
Kimmy should be running those check boxes to work well, but then it feels like Geek Fam needs to do the flip side. They need to clear conditions before it can jump technically to that Kimmy. So
Mhm.
I think the draft went bad for them. It's just and
Oh yeah,
also
definitely.
the execution is really solid from BSB.
Yeah, you know what? We can give BSB all the praises in the world, but and at the end of the day, Geek Fam PH, they had a draft that they can't execute, and you know these players, these are not the heroes that you want them to be playing. It's Exort and Popol and Koopa. That's not what you want. It's May on Esmeralda. You don't give Esmeralda to May. You give Cho to May, okay? And you probably try to snatch away the Natalia from BSB. Give it to CETD. He's a very good Natalia player. So Geek Fam PH, they need to recognize what their strengths are. Exort, he is not. Well, he is a very talented player, but he does not suit the fighter style, okay? He does not suit these heroes that just sit back and watch his teammates do the thing for him. He's the guy that makes the plays for the team, and you can't do that on Popol and Koopa.
Your team is picking.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, I don't know. I feel like it felt like it was CKTD trying to get back into the glory days. Obviously, everyone knows CKTD on show with the legendary super backdoor that he did way back when. It felt nice to watch, but you are absolutely right. This misappropriated heroes and a combination of just those heroes not working well together. Here on the draft, though, for BSB and Geek Fam Game 2, it's looking a little bit more interesting with Geek Fam this time around going for the Selena control.
Yes. Oh yes, okay, we have a May
this
hero.
looks a lot
We have
better.
we have a possibly CKTD or an Exhort hero. One last thing that I'm looking for is the Cho, maybe? Just to solidify things?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, the
I was
Jawhead.
thinking of a
That's
Cho as
good
well.
on either Jo or... okay, Exhort can actually play the Jawhead. It's a hero that makes plays for the team, and you have the proper backup. There's a Selena on this lineup, but BSB, they pick up the Soul Marksman that can really fight against Selena and Jawhead. It's a hero that has a built-in Purify. It's the 1-1. But mind you, the carry is still open for Geek Fam PH. So BSB, they instead picked up the Farsa, the long-range support against Geek Fam PH. It heavily punishes the TAMs, but it's really bad against Selena if you're playing from behind. So BSB, they need to have a proper setup on the early game for this Farsa to work.
Yeah, I
So,
mean, of course,
do we
having a
have
Farsa,
that?
it
Yeah.
means you got the zoning. You tend to stop the frontliners that's coming in from Geek Fam, and of course, considering that you got the Popol and Koopa's trap, it will affect how aggressive Geek Fam or they're going to choose their dives right now because of that Farsa pick.
Yeah.
That does make it a lot easier to defend, especially since Farsa just super mobile. Problem is, when she does go down, who is going to be picking up the slack? So BSB, they're not out of the woods just yet. And again, no more Cho available to maybe keep the tempo rolling. So this should be interesting. I feel like Cho was a little... I don't know, I feel like that ban was a little off because I wouldn't... We'd have too many people trying to go on the offlane here. But again, they are still going to need that solid offlane control.
I think it's fine because BSB, they either need an Esmeralda. So Geek Fam PH, the idea behind the Cho ban is that they're trying to contest the Esmeralda. Don't pick Harith. Okay, they pick both.
Okay.
So that's a good thing. I was gonna say that
Triple
if you want to
mage.
contest the Esmeralda, by the way, nice analysis there by Geek Fam PH. They need the Esmeralda because if they try to get the Esmeralda, they limit the potential of the Angela. BSB still picks it up, but they need the Angela. They need to have a sustain on their Bruno because again, there are a lot of crowd controls on the side of Geek Fam PH. So I really like the Cho ban just to make sure that BSB has no control over the Esmeralda. So if you want to pick Harith and you're concerned about the Esmeralda, pick both. You don't
Take-
have a
take
late game
both.
carry, but this doesn't need to go late game. You have a Harris, you have an Esmeralda, Geek Fam PH. They have a very
Looking real
solid
bad.
early game draft. Again, this does not need to go late game.
Anyway,
Yeah,
quick
it's a
predictions
bit-
here. Obviously, Midnight's gonna go for what you said. That's gonna be Geek Fam, right?
Yeah,
Obviously.
I want to see
Such
Geek Fam
smart
PH execute
picks.
this draft properly. This is a very nice draft from them, and I want to see this work. So I'm going with Geek Fam.
Cyrus.
Yeah, for me, of course, I think I'll go with BSB. I think they can counter how aggressive as how Geek Fam right now. But my mind says Geek Fam, but it's just that I want to go for BSB. But then it is a solid pick for the last two. The early game is pretty solid, and they're going to take the momentum. But I'll go with BSB for now.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be a Geek Fam game. Very smart turnaround on that last draft or that last segment. Nullifies Angela, and it should be a very good and fun game here as we get into game 2. Anyway, let's go ahead and see what Wolf and Reptar has to say about that. Go ahead, Mr. The awesome duo.
Hey, it looks like Geek Fam isn't pulling off any punches right now. Reptar and Wolf back in action here for game number 2 between Geek Fam and BSB. Wolf, how you doing? What do you think about this draft? Oh no! Dude, just because I did it to you, don't do it to me. Don't do it to me, man. Oh, okay. I got played dirty. Okay. All right. Fine. You got your comeback. Okay. Wolf. Honestly, though,
Yeah.
I gotta agree with our panel here, bro. I like what Geek Fam showed, that Esmeralda Harith last 2 picks was pretty game changing. I feel like they called the Angela coming in, but what else can we unearth with this draft that Geek Fam brought to try to take away game 2 away from BSB?
So as good as this Esmeralda pick is, and I still have, I will agree with the panel. I think this is such a game that Geek Fam can obviously win against BSB. Then again, you see how BSB is still confident taking the Angela, right? Because they feel that this Esmeralda, even when it is an Esmeralda, it will struggle. As what I will expect from BSB is that this Bruno will have a great game. And if he will be able to survive the Esmeralda, not minding its counter against the Angela, they can still win this. So all in all, I like the idea of Geek Fam PH on how they will approach this game versus BSB. I like that they are not really experimenting, but showing us something that's totally different. I like the idea again, and they might be able to win this. But as good as their lineup is, they can still lose badly against BSB. And that is going to be off of Jeraxnu taking off in this game. If this Bruno takes off, man, they cannot stop him.
And even if Jeraxnu doesn't take off too quickly, they still have Wilson there also to just make sure that they're still going to be in this game. We know how hard it is, how hard it can be to actually close out games against a Farsa because of the damage that Feathered Airstrike just drops in, along with the range, obviously. But I feel like Geek Fam still can. I'm really leaning towards Geek Fam taking the win here because
Yeah, I agree.
they have the Esmeralda there on Curtizi. Expert's gonna be there on the Harith. And with my memories from Season 4, these are 2 heroes and the 2 players who can play them really, really well.
Yeah.
But as I'm talking about that now, BSB is gonna be able to take the first lane turret. So if there could be anything that BSB can do to stop Geek Fam here, if it's not gonna be Jeraxnu taking off, it's gonna be how well they take the objectives and roam the map early in this game. And it seems like right now, slightly leaning towards favoring BSB, but look at that damage, as I just said, the Feathered Airstrike, sending out the members of Geek Fam PH, May gonna be staying there in the backline trying to get a kill. They got a kill there on the Angela with a Conrad Inferno, and that Tams, he's gonna try to get another one, but he gets taken out by Wilson as well. So S-Mano trying to stop the recall there of Jo. It worked! Is it enough time for Wilson to come in and finish him off? No, it's not gonna be enough damage. And BSB, what was looking like a Geek Fam engage turned to be a BSB victory.
So, to be an invade here from BSB, actually able to take it. So now I will present to you 2 problems that Geek Fam PH drafts presents, right? That's why when I when I was thinking about the draft, I was thinking, okay, the panel wants to go for Geek Fam PH, but why do I feel like BSB is gonna win it nevertheless? There's two things, right? So one is we were able to see how quick BSB can push and also defend. They have the Farsa, they have Angela, they have Grok very quick on the defense. What a godly steal from Cortese. He will pay for his life, but at least he will get the gold for his team. Such a sacrifice. Okay, so Geek Fam PH cannot push turrets as fast as BSB can defend it. Do that make sense? I think I think that's the best way to describe it, because they will have to commit their Zaman Force or their the ultimate from Exort just to get pushes, and even then it is not the fastest because they don't have a marksman. And BSB's lineup, they can easily defend. You can see that when the top lane was pushed by BSB, it was really quick. They have Popol and Koopa, they have Jeraxnu. Geek Fam PH tried to go for a counter push but wasn't able to do so. Now, the second thing is Geek Fam PH, they can easily be famine. Imagine BSB taking one of the blue buffs. I mean, invading the blue buff or the purple buff of Geek Fam PH. There's literally nothing left for Geek Fam PH. There's not a hard engage or hard invade from Geek Fam PH that they can depend on. And this is why I feel that BSB is gonna win it. Nevertheless, Geek Fam PH, they also have a good draft apart from that. Their team fight is really massive. And if they do find a head-on collision versus BSB, they can take this game.
Ooh, ejector onto S-Man, and he is able to use the wild charge to knock up the members of Geek Fam PH. Just when we thought Geek Fam might have been getting the win there, BSB turning it around right in their face. It's going to be a double kill already for Jirasu. He has a bounty hunter. That's going to be more gold. Exort is on the run, and he gets chased down. That's going to be a triple kill from the Brazilian football superstar. That is Bruno. Jiraxnu 3-0-1. Good start right now, and little by little, it's starting to get away from the hands of Geek Fam PH. Because of what you just pointed out, BSB understands just how important the buff is for the lineup of Geek Fam PH. So every chance that you're getting to invade, every chance you're getting to steal, BSB is really jumping on it. And then so far, it's been working because it's been forcing Geek Fam PH into fights that, yes, come the late game, maybe they'll be able to win, but they're not completely primed to win the big team fights just yet. Well, they can, but it's still going to be really hard.
And even then, you have to take note of the Purify from Jeraxnu, which is really potent in this game. Imagine only having to use it against the Selena Arrow or perhaps the Falling Star Moon, but those two skills alone, they can be dodged. That's the thing with Falling Star Moon. You can see it coming from a mile away because Esmeralda needs to charge it. Now, perhaps the big game changer here is that you can look for the Jawhead. And with the ejector, that could be really fearsome, but even then you also have Purify and you also have your tackle. So this is actually a game that Bruno will have. I mean, yeah, surely in terms of a 5v5 clash, Angela will have trouble against the Esmeralda, but in the grand scheme of things, Angela will keep this Bruno alive in the middle. Look at the dive of BSB, and Angela supporting the Grok, able to keep him alive and punish one, punish the second one, as well as Gio might fall because of this. Wings by wings to escape the Jawhead. Now Exort gonna be receiving that flaming ball from Jeraxnu and will dig his own grave. Geek Fam PH, man, they are losing against BSB because of just prime. I don't know. It might be even like a draft issue. Now that I think about it.
Yeah, it's like the more this game plays out, the more you're starting to see the holes in Geek Fam PH's rotation. But that result actually just came from what we would call in the direct translation in English would be sour moves by CKTD. Yeah, you hit the arrow on Superman on that Grok, but okay, let's see what happened there. Superman was under turret. Okay, turret is barely took any damage. Okay, Wilson also is right there with a feathered airstrike. So CKTD thought that this is the best time to go in for a finish on the Grok because I hit him with a Abyssal Arrow. No, bro! That just completely turned around for CKTD there, and Geek Fam paid for it big time. Turtle now on the side of BSB. Jo gonna be taking so much damage from that feathered airstrike. Wilson right now on that far side, been absolutely spicy for this game. Zaman, of course, committed there by the Harith. Let's see if he'll be able to dance and dodge and dash enough and deal enough damage there to members of BSB. No, that is not going to be the case, but BSB have to watch their top lane turret now because Esmeralda, that is going to be Curtizi pushing really well, opening up the map a bit for Geek Fam PH, while BSB still applying the pressure on the buffs.
Oh man, it's really sad to see because we are able to witness Exort with his last game, possibly actually the final game with the Harith, with the signature Harith. They do shut down the Bruno this time. It's gonna be a good double kill, and then comes the 5v5 that we are waiting for Geek Fam PH. This is not an actual 5v5; it's more like a 3 versus 3, and we know that Geek Fam PH will really rise to the occasion. Man, I was really about to finish my sentence of how sad I am that we are gonna see Exort not with his signature hero to be unsuccessful, but as I say that, it was a beautiful synchro fission into Zaman Force into Pro Dash, I mean, combo.
He was just dancing around far, so look at that. Like slide to the left,
beautiful.
slide to the right. Ooh, that is just classic Harith. Yeah, he was taken out there by Bruno, but that's what we want to see from Exort, especially on that Harith, and we got to see a small glimpse of it. Still got it. Geek Fam still in this game, but oh no, we're back in the action. And just as I said that, Gio gets wiped out there by the Feather Dash Strike. There's going to be no more ultimate there by Farsa, but with how BSB is moving around the map, Geek Fam PH is going to have a difficult time to try to turn things around again. And I feel like this has been the story of Geek Fam PH in this game for the entire season, where just when we thought Geek Fam was starting to find momentum, starting to find their footing, it's like they just slip, and it's sad to really see Geek Fam like this. I'm gonna be sharing your thought here after the respectable finish last season, to see them in this spot with just one season in the MPL and then 2 seasons, and then they're gonna be going back to qualifiers. It's painful to see BSB right now. They get a kill there on the Harith. That's gonna be the Gromp taking out the Harith. Bruno takes out the Lord. S-Man and Shadow Cutie going after JO and CKTD. They can escape this, and they do. Curtizi forced to go back as well. BSB still have full control, but look at that. They are Geek Fam's doing something that we like to do when we play pubs right now. Look at that top push by the Toms. Just a little bit more breathing room, like still poking enough holes into the Balikbayan box to, so they can breathe and get back in this game.
You know what I don't like about that? Shider Cutie could just pop the ultimate and get back to the fight. Just defend top.
Yeah.
Now here is the pummeling onto Chio, able to flicker away. Fortunately for himself, Farsa tries to defend the start game. Now it's gonna be the Selena actually taken out. The inhibitor as well. Now where is the Tams? Where is your farming here? Where's your most farmed hero on Geek Fam PH? Is nowhere to be seen. Has to kill off Shader Cutie before he's able to get back to the fray, but it's already over. They take out the Esmeralda. They want to go for the Tams this time. Exort try to win this with his signature hero, but it's not gonna be enough. Gio is gonna go down as well. This means that BSB will take home the base. Only May to survive, but it wouldn't matter as BSB will pummel down members of Geek Fam PH outside of this league.
It's
depressing to see, man. It's painful, man, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
This MPL PH, man. This is the big boys club, or this is where you have to perform so well. I mean, Geek Fam PH, as good as this organization is, they are even defeated by the rookies. This match, and you know what? Kudos to BSB. I think that they have found their identity at least. They always try to go for the funnel onto Jiraxno. I think I made a video on how textbook they play when it comes to funneling strats, specifically for Jiraxno and either the carry or the Bruno, and they are masterful with it. At least they have their identity. Geek Fam PH, though, still they have not only lost, but they are also lost in this MPL Season 5. And I know that it was a very sad last game for Geek Fam PH, but I hope that they just recover. I think the panel also mentioned that they have the better players. They have very good players, and I hope that they will have better times after MPL Season 5. But that's it for the caster's desk. Reptar and Wolf will now throw it back to Rockhard and the gang.
Thank you so much for that. Of course, Wolf and Raptar Awesome showing there from BSB again, proving us
Intense.
pretty much incorrect here. But again, one quick addition though. You guys want to know why they call it sour moves?
Why?
It's the Filipino term of,
Yeah,
the typical
because
word
every time,
we always say.
yeah, because every time they make a bad move, it's like your face is like, eh.
Yeah.
Anyway,
It's the
that's a bad
Mukasim,
joke.
the Asim move.
Yeah, yeah, your face just
The
goes
acid.
wrinkly. Anyway, let's get into the highlights here for Game 2 of Geek Fam PH and BSB. I feel like there were so many sour moves there in that engagement. I still felt like that should have been Geek Fam owning for a majority of that. And we did see a small glimpse of that in these highlights,
Yeah.
in the earlier ones at least. But as the stages progressed, I feel like so many mistakes just piled up. Popol and Koopa got into a good position where you could really wreak havoc. Same with Wilson. They were mobilizing all around the map very, very well. I got to commend Trevor, by the way. Great use of Popol and Koopa. There were small moments like this where I thought, you know what, maybe they could make a comeback from this. But overall, control from BSB shows that they have the discipline that it takes to win and close out matches like this.
Yeah, I think for me, Geek Fam PH, what's disappointing about this match is that they lost focus on fundamentals. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it anymore. Geek Fam PH, you lost on rotations, you lost on positioning, even the timing on Exort's retribution for that blue buff steal that Jaraxu got was literally off. He used retribution when the blue buff was at 50% HP. Okay, so that shows that these guys, I wouldn't say slacking, but they're rusty on the fundamentals. So Geek Fam PH, yes, they're very, very talented, but they need to work on some stuff. And that's the thing when I said that these guys are no longer compatible with each other, because you lose those things that are very, very important.
Yeah, and considering also that I think it's them just enjoying the game because they know. They got the upper hand. We've seen around 11 minutes and 40 seconds. They were able to take them down one by one. Remember, they can function on a big team fights. They can function on a pick off with the Selena arrows. So I believe that if they played it smart and they stray away from the sour moves, they could have played the game. It was early game. The Bruno, yes, he's having a gold a bit, but if they took it, a bit of slower than the usual, because they tend to be overconfident, and then they kind of lose the breaks and then fell off. So yeah, Geek Fam still showed some possibilities right there. How good they are is just that. Of course, fundamentals is still one of the basic things. You need to go back to the drawing board and study once again.
Well, this is not the send-off I was hoping that we would give to Geek Fam, but again, the victory was well deserved by BSB. I would say there was very little I could criticize about the way they turned that around. Each and every turn, I felt like that should have been it. That should have been it. But no, again, Geek Fam, very, very close call in that one. But congratulations to BSB closing out the first match of the last day for the regular season with a 2-0. So again, overall, it's been really fun. Let's look forward this time around onto the second matchup. Before that, again, MPL PH Season 5 is presented by Smart. And together with PLDT Smart Foundation, in partnership with Smart, we can help our frontliners as we stand together to be the real heroes in these challenging times. Support our frontliners through SMS, text DONATE to 3456. Again, that's DONATE to 3456. Donations are open from April 22 to July 16, 2020. MPLPH Season 5 is also brought to us by our sponsors, Realme Smartphones, Logitech G, our official headset partner, and organized by Moonton. And 515, it's not May 15 anymore, but the party is still going on. Check it out here in your game clients. Check out the free hero. Use up all your tickets before they become invalidated after this event ends. And you should have a lot of fun here indoors as well. So, and for game 2, it should be a lot more. This is Execration. This is going to be a big impact game, right, for Execration. So we're going to have to check that out as we head back here after the break. Again, I'm Rockhart. We have Osiris at midnight. We'll see you after the break.
Still waiting for your epic battle? Wait no more. Make the switch to Smart LTE. And experience greatness with the country's fastest mobile data network. Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day, for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99. Let's go!
Realme 6i. Unleash the power. Realme smartphone. Dare to leap.
Still waiting for your epic battle? Wait no more. Make the switch to Smart LTE. And experience greatness with the country's fastest mobile data network. Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day, for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
In time minus 10.
The situation
9,
is critical.
8,
The data doesn't seem
7.
right.
Check pressure. It can't be stopped now.
4, 3.
Okay, get ready.
1. Launch.
Game on! Party on!
Time. Defeat the enemy, I'm full of energy. I can lead a team to victory. Got the first blood, too legendary. Taking you all out, go RIP for another layer. Ay. Let me see you moving, never gon' stop. Ay. Epic fight queen, that's so hot. Ay. Let's celebrate, we got 2 shots. Come and battle, come and battle. Ay. Let's hit the next level. Ay. Come and battle, come and battle. Ay. I'm the real game, right rebel from Earth to space. We party place to place, I need from Earth to space. Mobile Legends stop the race. Party on, game on, game on. Party on.
There'll be a party every night. Don't hold your breath, let's play tonight.
Game on, party on.
Tell me who you're gonna be, that's on your mind. No one can stop, it's time to shine. We are young, things will be fine. Danger comes, I won't hide. We are leading the trend tonight. We are young, things will be fine. Danger comes, I won't hide. Legends won't fade away tonight.
Party on. Game on. Game
is how we be topping a session. One family, that's how we present it. We got fans from all over the world and come together and we show them how we do it. Form team, fight for justice. We all gon' make it worth it. We gon' fight for the purpose, fighting the evil with crystal brightness. Come and battle, eh. Let's hit the next level, eh. Come and battle, eh. I'm the real game right rebel from Earth to space. We party place to place, I mean from Earth to space. Mobile Legends top the race. Game on, party on. Party on. Party on. Victory!
Game on, party on.
Experience the youth suffering.
Legendary! Legendary! Triple kill! Maniac! Legendary! Double kill!
Greatest.
Legendary! Our turret has been I don't want to grow up. Legendary! Double kill! Legendary! Come! Double kill! Legendary! 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 Triple kill!
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
In time minus
The situation is critical. The data
10.
doesn't seem right.
Check pressure.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5,
お願いします。
はい。300円です。3, 2, 1.
It can't be stopped now.
Launch.
we top in a session. One family, that's how we present it. We got fans from all over the world and come together and we show them how we do it.
Party on.
Game on, party on.
Welcome to my castle, my friend. Rook is powerful. Rook doesn't want to be your enemy. Rook likes sleeping.
You have slain an enemy. An enemy has been slain. Monster kill. Mega kill. Killing spree. Killing spree. Mega kill.
Let Rook go first.
Unstoppable.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Ages ago, under the protection of mighty dragons, our world used to be prosperous and at peace. Though that was before the vicious Kraken and its minions broke through the magical barrier. Everything changed thereafter. To protect the human world, the Guardian Dragons waged an arduous battle against the Kraken. However, little did people know about the Kraken's secret power that deprived the Guardian Dragons of their energy. Ultimately, all the Guardian Dragons grew weak and debilitated. Running out of options, the Guardian Dragons had no choice but retreat to the Dragon Sanctuary, a place initially constructed by humans as a safehold for the Guardian Dragons. With what little power they had left, the Guardian Dragons created a magic ward that was strong enough to withstand the Kraken's fearsome attacks. At the same time, they called upon all human warriors to protect the world from evil. Eventually, the first champion who successfully passed through the ward and the dragon trials heeded the call from the fiery dragon. Even the difficult challenges await him on the path ahead. Only by facing his deepest fears can the champion embrace his true destiny.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
And we are back here, ladies and gentlemen, right in time for game 2. And this, I think, is going to be a hot one as well. We're going to be seeing STI versus Execration. And again, welcome back to MPL PH Season 5, Week 6, Day 3. We are your analyst desk, Rockhart, the Osiris, and Midnight as well on my right. How are you, young, fine gentlemen, doing right now? And this should be a pretty hot one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For me, sure.
Yeah, go ahead, Vic.
For me,
I know
yeah, I'm
you
doing-
got something.
No, I'm doing well. I've eaten my my dinner, so I hope everybody has
Same.
eaten. But the thing about this matchup
Yeah.
is that it excites me. We just
Logo.
got news, okay? We just got news that Execration, they might fall to the lower bracket because of how the scoring system work during the season. Now, if we're talking about the difference between SGD and Execration's position is that SGD has finished all their matches, and Execration, they're the only one standing on SGD's way from climbing to the upper bracket.
Yep.
If it's a big if Execration loses to STI, okay, no matter the circumstances, if they lose to STI, they will fall to the lower bracket, and SGD will advance. So the Dragons are praying to the gods right now. Fingers crossed, as we might we might get them on the upper bracket. Remember, Carl, you were Rockhart, you were talking about Ducky's live stream yesterday, and he said specifically that SGD, they're in the lower bracket. Now everything might change because Execration, they're the last hope of SGD. If Execration crumbles, they're gonna give the chance to the Dragons to force the upper bracket placement. And of course, the enemy of Execration for that specific goal is this team STI. And you know what, Rockhard?
Yeah.
Again, we've had confirmation. All of the main players on this roster will be able to play finally.
Woo! All right.
Yeah,
we got
I
the
mean-
Mage Dad back in action, ladies and gents. That should be really fun to watch, considering he must be on fire right now because of the way that his team has been performing.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we've seen. I think it's RPG who is playing onto the side of STI, who is really having a hard time, and of course, praying with the gods indeed, because the team right now, based on the numbers, they got 0 win rate, 0%. So they really need this one. I mean, this is one of the games that may not affect you, but may affect the whole standings, and they get to dictate, if ever, who is going to play onto the upper bracket. So SCI, I'm really looking forward of them showing more of it. I mean, Dockman showed that Mincithar, it was really impeccable. Puts ONIC into the line as well. It's just that, of course, they are not onto that 100% right now.
Yep. I feel like this is I don't know. It feels a lot better though for me for STI. But again, we're talking about the team that they're facing off here, man. Execration, who has been really going nuts so far in this series, in this whole season. So I still think, despite the full force of STI, Execration might still be way ahead. Because you know what, STI just got back to 100%. These guys have been going 110. Right? For the rest of the last few weeks of MPL.
For me, I don't know. Execration, they have their days wherein they perform, and they have those days wherein it looks like they're playing ranked games. It's not a bad thing for Execration. It might be something that they're looking into. Those matches might be experimental matches, but we never know. And against STI, again, as you've said, Rockhart, we've seen them play beautifully yesterday, almost taking down ONIC PH, who is, by the way, one of the teams in the upper bracket, already secured spot, okay? So STI, they've performed very, very well on that game, and mind you, they were playing with players that has no professional experience. They were actually playing with their manager, as you've said, Osiris. It was RGP. Okay, so having that said, they were playing against the top 2 team with a handicap, with a lag issue, and they almost took ONIC down.
And that's saying something, right? That is absolutely saying something here for ONIC PH, not for ONIC PH. It probably was for ONIC PH. Maybe ONIC was taking it easy, who knows? But again, I have to commend these guys. I feel like despite the lack of, again, they're playing with the lineup that they haven't probably practiced with, right? They probably didn't have that much practice with. UG though, again, will UG will be a big factor here? We'll have to find out, because historically, even with UG on lineup, SEI has been suffering a little bit. So let's talk about the implications, as Midnight did mention earlier. But before all of that, again, we have to thank our sponsors. MPL PH Season 5 is presented by Smart, and together with PLDT Smart Foundation, in partnership with Smart, we can help our frontliners as we stand together to be the real heroes in these challenging times. Support our frontliners through SMS. Text donate 3456, that's donate 3456, and donations will be open from April 22 to July 16, 2020. MPL Season 5 is also brought to us by our sponsors, Realme Smartphones, Logitech G, our official headset partners, and of course, organized by Moonton. So, 515 is almost dead and gone. Please make sure to get those things in. Get all the free heroes, all the tickets, use them up while you can. So, let's talk about implications here for Execration. I was actually surprised when I read that. I thought it would have been secured already, but apparently someone's gonna fall here. SGD.
Yeah.
Are you in SGD bootcamp right now, Midnight, or you're not? You're not, right?
Yeah,
You are,
I
right?
mean, they let me, they let me come here
They
for the
let you
MPL
use it,
test.
yeah, even if they're not there.
It's
right?
collaboration.
So, is there a prayer room there, or is it full right now?
I believe their prayer room is upstairs, and that's the room where I'm not allowed to go to, by the way, because I'm only stationed here. So, they kept saying stuff that
They
you're
kinda
not allowed to be here. There's
offer
some
chickens
stuff
to
happening.
the altar.
I don't know. There's some stuff happening. They said a lot of stuff are happening upstairs. So I don't know what those stuff are.
sure.
And, I'm hands off.
Man, they must be praying right now, right? They must be watching this intently. So if you guys are
Yeah.
watching, Execration, I mean, STI is probably getting all the cheers. And if you are an SGD fan, you're probably cheering for STI right now in the comments section. We'll be very happy to hear who you think is going to win this out. Osiris, any big thoughts about anything that we have to watch out for, though, from STI? Do you think they have what it takes to take these guys down and push them backward?
Honestly, no. I mean, it was really the direct and harsh. I mean, this Execration and having Zapnu back into the lineup, it really changes the dynamics of the game. And remember, every time we are asked who's the MVP, we are seeing the name of Benny Curie again and again. Even Itamax, Chaknu still right there for the big setups from those Atlas plays. So getting here into the draft, I guess Execration got the wider hero pool. While STI, yes, they can function in a 1-2-2 and today in a rising meta in a mage type because of UG. We may not see Cripzo right now, but I think Lord is playing in, yes. So it's a bit not the full haymaker coming in from STI. And going back to the topic a while ago, SGD, while they're praying, even though they might fell onto the lower bracket, I think they're the beast in the lower bracket, if ever that STI isn't going to function.
Yeah. I like the opening here for Execration. They've secured the Thams and the Esmeralda. What this tells us is that they're going to be running probably a 1-2 setup, or if this is going to be a 1-3-1 side lane Thams and Esmeralda. Looking at the hyper carries right now, I think the only viable option for STI is to go for the carry, or if they're not going to go for the carry, maybe something like the likes of Bruno, but they picked up a double fighter setup as well. So STI, they are running the same thing. The hyper carry, again, the meta doesn't change. It's still 1-3-1, but I don't think the carry is going to be viable for STI anymore. And Execration, they've secured the leg without the Claude here for the matchup, so they definitely have the advantage when it comes to the first phase here for Execration.
Yeah, I feel like it's a shame because I feel like Lembot's been looking forward to using that, and it would have been that carry would have worked really well against the Fams and the Esmeralda. But again, it just doesn't work that way because of the lane pick as well. So far, I feel like this is going to be a classic Angeline combo.
Is banning.
Please prove me wrong, because you have all the shields, you have no Esmeralda to be afraid of, he's on your side. Why not take that advantage and make hate on the lane just massively near indestructible?
Yeah. I'm gonna be surprised if STI doesn't ban out the Angela. It is an Angela game. Execration, yes, you have the double fighters already. Even if the Angela becomes the position for support, I wouldn't mind. STI, they have a Kaja. Well, that's a good ban. It's good against Jawhead Uranus as well. But the okay. Popple and Koopa. So this might be a time for Popple and Koopa.
They can just go ahead and kill Angela right now.
I don't know. Execration, it looks weird to me that they still picked up the Popple and Koopa. Now it's gonna be heavily punished by the Mincetar and their carry. Because again, there are no tanks on the side of Execration. Yes, these Sams, Esmeraldas, and the Popple and Koopas, the likes, can soak up the damage from SDI. But the thing is, if they are able to get the catch on any hero, that will mean instant death for Execration. But I do like that they still went for the Hylos pick here, the natural tank. It's just that they could have picked, Hylos into Angela. That would have been enough for Execration to close the draft. And it's just weird to me that they're drafting a Popple and Koopa support. I believe this is a support.
Now, the efficiency of Popple and Koopa. Right. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, and having also that Mincetar, of course, you get the Ling, they have the Kaja, there's a huge catch coming in to avoid that Ling, and once Ling drop into the team fight, you got the damage from the DPS coming in from Mincetar, and of course banning out the Atlas, you'll get alarmed to that mostly because Chaknu is still one of those MVP supports who's going to play. And an Angela can be controllable by Sea Halberds or item base or even rotation, but an Atlas is a huge ban, which is good coming in from STI.
Yeah, for Execration, for Execration, I like the drafts. I just see them, having a better game with the Angela, but I would say that this is still a much better draft compared to STI because there are a lot of conditions for STI to clear out before you have this game for them. You need to go late game. This Mincetar needs to have damage. It's not just supposed to be the Uranus and the carry. The Mincetar needs to have damage. So again, a lot of conditions for STI. So, I'd place my bets on Execration for this match.
All right. Quick prediction, Osiris, before we head into the draft.
I'll go with Execration. I must admit that Midnight told us with all the conditions and as how STI playing right now, conditions are really bad for them.
There you go. And I feel like, that's still going to be an Execration game for me just because they work well in situations that don't really seem like there's a plan. This is a chaotic team and I am going to root for them in this chaotic draft. All right, let's throw it to our casters. Let's see what they got in store for us. Wolf and Raptor, go ahead, take it away.
Simple as drinking a cup of coffee. That's all Execration needs to do. To secure their top bracket spot, they just need to beat STI in this series. But, question is, can STI rise above Hate? Because we've seen Hate time and time again in this Ling just completely destroy teams. It's Reptar and Wolf back again for this game. STI and Execration. Wolf, how are you feeling going into the series?
Yeah, this is going to be a mountain to climb for STI. Even the Uranus is going to struggle this game. You can see that even in laning stage, she's going to be matching up against the Esmeralda, and that alone is not good. I like how Benny Cutie actually opted for the Avarice as well on the emblems. But now, we're going to see Execration have an easy time with Hate. I can't look for a good invade for STI so that they can contest Ling. In fact, it's STI who's going to be invaded by Execration. Fortunately, Yuji already able to secure the blue buff, the purple buff, Look at this, though. The Thams trying to look for outliers. Like this bear might go for the kill. But, oh no, he stepped on a bad spot. Chakno is there, though. That's probably why he is not afraid to fight. Dockman with a nice Nags Hate wants to go here. It's just level 3, though. No Tempest of Blades to actually finish off the kill. It's still pretty early. There's going to be the Giant with the Ejector. Zapno going to be able to escape. Dogman in a bad spot. Lard still taking onto the bear as they flicker onto Dogman. That's the Koopa going down. At least Lard able to take the blue. What an ejector though, and that's the first blood. Finally, after like a minute or so of them poking each other, they finally are able to collapse on one kill.
Yeah, man, that was so scrappy. For a moment there, I thought that nothing was gonna come out of it, and they just all of them would just give up and say, you know what, let's just go back to resources. But no, they stuck out with it, and eventually STI was able to get away with the kill there. They have a slight advantage in gold now, but not much to worry here for the side of Execration. STI is still trying to take control of that map. Ooh! They missed the pull there onto Itomax. It would have been really deadly there for Popple and Koopa if that landed. You know, on the bottom lane, Jawhead and Tams going to be one-on-oneing there. Probably not going to be seeing them a lot for a while now. Hate back in the middle lane. Chaknu is there for the assist. So, looking at this lineup here for Execration, especially, you know, giving the Avers onto that Esmeralda. Benny Cutie's actually playing that Esmeralda. It's really them trying new things, or at least trying to experiment with something a little bit new. Going into the playoffs, kind of goes to show just how much Execration is thinking about STI going to this series, knowing that they need to really win this so that they can secure their upper bracket spot. They are able to get a pick off there on Itomax, so that's going to be already 2 kills there for STI. Oh no, Execration, do they have to start getting worried about at this point, or do you feel like Execration is still safe?
Yeah, I think they have to be worried actually. As UG, fortunately for them, UG did not get those first 2 kills, but it was part of the killing squad though. Go for Lembot this time, not the CECS target, especially when they're under turret. Dogman, that was a promising jump, but it was a little bit too late. Just a fraction of a second too late, and just a pixel too short with the ultimate. The King's Calling, if I'm not mistaken, and that will not prevent Hate from just jumping with the dashes. Unfortunately, it wasn't the case. And this is the idea for STI. Have Dogman, play this Mincetar, a hero that's not being played anymore for many good reasons, or many bad reasons, I mean. You know, Dogman will try to scout this out. Hate gonna be able to take the turtle this time unless Lard is able to snag him. That's not gonna be the case. Retribution gonna be used. Now Dogman in trouble, so as Lembot. Tempest of Blades incoming. Dogman gonna be shut down. Killed off with the Thaps. Now they're jumping forward. They have the Cotton Inferno as well as the Wolf. Attacking through the turret damage. Lembot in trouble. Lembot goes down and Zapno able to survive with a sliver of health. Not gonna say the same with Hate as he is taken out by the turret, with Lard getting the last hit, getting the credit for the kill. Itomax is here to punish Lard, but will he be able to get a kill? I don't think so. Lard is able to escape.
Yep, Lard there trying to play hero, trying to look for Zap to finish him off. Good thing Itomax was there. Might have been a different story if Itomax wasn't there. But now, Execration don't have to be worried as much as they were in a bad spot earlier. They're okay now. They have been able to swing this game around, and we still haven't felt much of Benny Cutie's Esmeralda. Oh! Nice Spear of Glory there by Dogman pulling in Zapnu, but look at that! Godrun Inferno, 3 versus 1, he doesn't care, he's getting through it, he's still alive, but he is going to get taken out. The Ministar opening things up, but here comes the rest of Execration, trying to turn things around. You take one of us out, we're gonna try to take more of you out. Here comes the Hate. Can STI rise above this? Dogman taking a lot of damage, Shaknu taking and eating the turret, but he eventually gets taken out there. This is going to be an even trade so far. STI can still turn this around. Cooldown timers, reset, here we go. Both teams just falling back, and Execration might have been a bit off a little bit more that they could chew in that spot. It was an admirable effort. It looked like they really had it, but STI able to still somehow pull through.
It's King's Calling really the answer against the Ling. They dove onto the turret, not respecting STI's counter initiative. They took so much time taking down Dogman, and in the end, they did not get what they wanted. Execration, I think they want to go for the turtle contest this time. So Uranus just clearing out the wave, making sure that they can be fight ready when they are gunning for this turtle. That's what UG and Lembot also does onto the bottom part of the map. Turtle is gonna be prime choice. Now they want to go for the Uranus this time. There's the Glorious Pathway gonna be committed. Isolating Nixu. Chakno is there in the middle. Nixu playing low to actually survive. Lembot has to use the flicker to escape Zapno. Already popped his Godrun Inferno. This is not good though. He's gonna be juggled. Turtle will be slain by the Link, but the Thams is gonna be there for the exchange. Hate jumps in. Does have the ultimate. Wanna go for Yuji this time, but the King's calling once again. Cannot escape. He will take out the Link. Good punishment from STI. They knock up the one. Esmeralda tries to go for the exchange, but will be taken out. Actually, that's Chakdo and Popo. That dies. Benny Cutie, the only one surviving, but that's only because he is an Esmeralda. But STI, man, Dogman is showing us how to play this. Yuji, though, why? Okay.
Yuji,
okay. Dogman's got it.
Good save. Good save by the Doc there.
Okay.
Esmeralda, though, trying to go after Dogman, but checking out that replay once again. Look at that. Hate diving deep once again, but STI just had the response. King's calling, you were right, really is messing up this Ling right now. Perfect re-entry there with the Falling Star Moon by Benny Cutie's Esmeralda, but at the end of the day, still not going to be enough. A little bit too tanky there, I guess. Too much sustain there from the side of STI, so... Ooh, if I'm an Execration fan or a member of Execration right now, I'm going to try to calm myself down, but I am going to start getting a little bit worried because there's so much at stake here for Execration if they lose a game. I'm going to have to reconfirm if Execration needs a clean 2-0 just to secure upper bracket, or they just need to at least get a 2-1. But if you're Execration, you really don't want to drop a game right now, man. This is the upper bracket that you're fighting for. But STI, with the comeback of the century, if I'm not mistaken, they haven't won a game the entire season. Oh no, but here comes Say trying to hunt down Lempot. He gets taken out, but look at that. The response here by Yuji might be able to take out Hate, but here comes Itomax and Chakto coming in from behind. Diving turret trying to take out Yuji. This is going to be a double kill for the lane. Channel the Hate indeed. And they get to take down the bottom lane turret. Execration now looking to finish this and finally take control fully.
Oh, what a snag.
Dogman, Spear of Glory, great pull there on Itomax, but no follow-up here from the side of STI. Meanwhile, up there by the middle, a purple buff Nixu almost getting taken out there, but the Consecration along with the seal just helping him up. That's going to be another kill for Hate, and that's going to be more security for Execration, feeling safe now. Hopefully, they can find the control and take this turtle while STI still have all the capability in the world to take control of this game again and just turn it around in Execration's face.
Man, this is the problem I have with the Mincetar. It's really good versus Ling. But what is STI gonna do if Dogman's not around? And Dogman cannot save them forever. Can only do so and you will have to commit your ultimate, and it's a relatively long cooldown, and that's exactly what happened in the bottom lane where Execration found 2 kills under the turret. Dogman was ways away, and it's not his fault. He has to take care of himself, of the team, and other parts of the map. It's just too much in his hands right now for Dogman. Nevertheless, if STI groups up, they can take out Execration. Trying to do it against Benny Cutie, but Benny Cutie is 2-0-1. So far, Glorious Pathway gonna be committed. In comes the shutdown. Flicker in with the Esmeralda, not even needing the ultimate of Falling Star Moon. In comes Hate. Tempest of Blades away from actually the Dogman King's Calling. Very smartly done from Hate. Picks up one of the blades, jumps in back now that the King's Calling is out, and takes out the carry. What a wonderful play from Hate. Very smart. He is able to get away because of this. And the turret now is going to be pressured by Itomax. Beautifully done. Thams though, Zabnu doing the job. Bottom lane. Not able to finish it off, but it's okay. That's damage done. He will pay for his life. But Execution will be happy about it, getting 2 turrets in exchange.
STI saying, one pull isn't enough. Let's just try to do another one here just to make sure Dogman with that Spear of Glory pulling back Tom's just a little bit more to secure that kill here. And once again, we've been just showing us one of the problems STI has had the entire season, which is just finding the perfect balance of their rotation. It's STI is a team with they have a lot of problems in terms of the mechanics and how they carry the game. And we're seeing it here. Execration, how fast they're moving, how they're controlling the map is just way above what STI is doing right now. That, yes, for a while, and up until now, I think STI still has a chance to come back at this. But if they don't get their rotations together, if they don't get the movement around the map together, Execration will be able to secure resources such as this. Freely take the Lord, and then that's just going to keep sending STI back with their backs against the wall, which honestly, if they just keep playing passively like this and don't try to find a solution and can't find the solution, then Execration will be able to secure that upper bracket spot.
I love how Execration actually thought about this line. It's actually really good. The Hylas having Hylas being your tank, your hardcore tank. This is why Hylas is such a good pick nowadays. It's because it allows your second support to have better hero pool, to be honest. Like, for example, E2Max cannot play Popol and Koopa without this Hylos. Or, I mean, if you look at E2Max, he can do something like Farsa or Valir or Sicilian, anything that he wants, and have that damage. And now, if you look at Ling, Hate, with the killing spree, can be able to just get the killing blows with Benny Cutie, the Esmeralda, dealing the sustained damage. And if you think about it, everybody on the Execration side, they are so happy with how they're playing. And now that I think about it, man, this Execration draft is actually so good. Apart from the fact that Dogman will be a problem for Hate, but if they do play around it, it's more than good. I mean, Execration, what a wonderful draft. Whoever drafted this for Execration really is prepared, really prepared for this, I mean.
Probably foresaw the Ministar Dogman coming in right now, but with the Clash in the bottom lane, let's see if Execration can finally end this and go and get one step closer to securing the upper bracket spot. They get a start onto Nixu. Nixu has Consecration, and he'll be able to get away from that as well. Execration still playing it safe. Look at that. They could have easily taken out Nixu there, but they just wanted to play it safe, and they told themselves, you know what, STI is a little bit too close for comfort. Let's just back up a bit and take control of the map, which they do still have, and STI can't even get a few feet away from their walls right now. They're really stuck in that side of the map, and Execration just really need to keep doing what they're doing. Benny Cutie with the great split pushing, constant pressure on the map there. Lard trying to go and get a snag, but he's not able to get it. Now they're going to be chasing after Lard. Don't leave your Kaja behind! And whoa, what a use of the injector to try to save Kaja, but there goes Hate from out of nowhere with a double kill first on Kaja, now on Jawhead, and Execration with a 5-3 advantage. Might look to finally finish this. Bottom lane turret is down. Middle lane, they're still waiting for the minions. It's going to take some time, but they have some minions there in the top lane. They might be going for that. Yuji trying to take that last cannon down, and looks like he will be able to. Execration still looking for the opening they need. They found it near the middle lane. Hitting the turret. Let's see if they can win this fight and finally end it now. SDI trying to hold them back, trying to keep them away, holding on to dear life here. That turret is still holding on. My goodness, Execration, what a pull there onto Chaktu, but barely any follow-up there coming in from the side of SDI. So we're still seeing that SDI can still defend, but Hate are so close by. E2Max Benny Cutie, I mean. Let's see if they'll be able to get a pick off here. Nixu and Lard.
Nah. Not gonna risk it. Now Nixu on front lines. Want to go for Chak this time. It's actually really low, but that's Hylos, and now they pull him back. Uranus might be in trouble because of this. The continuous control coming out from Popol and Koopa actually thwarts Uranus from advancing, but that means that STI will also be able to defend, as Execration is actually not really wanting to overly commit to this. You know what my guess is? Execration are waiting for the next round of buffs, maybe steal it away from SDI, and then take the Lord afterwards. I think there's probably is 30 seconds from now, or even less, that the buffs will respawn. And taking that away from SDI means that a significant amount of their damage output will not be available for the upcoming team fight. And Execration, if they do that, that will be a very smart move to do.
Let's see. Can Execration continue to play it smart here? Can SDI...
they went straight for the Lord.
Oh. See? Execration looks like they might not face any problems. Yeah, Kaja's there. Oh, look,
position from Chaknu, and of course... Lard. Not even a tool to get the Lord, honestly. That's such a weird take. And that, coupled with the fact that Hate has got Retribution, I think that was a shoot to the moon, man.
Yeah,
impossible.
Too risky. Yeah. Sour moves, as we would like to call it.
Sour moves. Yeah. I would have justified if he had Retribution or like a high damaging skill, but not gonna happen with Lard. Maybe if he goes for like flicker in and then just Divine Judgment the lane and then get hope for the best that he gets the last one, but obviously that's like you have to be a Mobile Legends god to be able to do that.
Yeah, you need to be the Lord itself playing ML to try to pull off
Yeah.
something like that. Lambot
Oh,
gets an ejector there onto Chocolate. Chocolate's taking a lot of damage.
Wow,
He has
that's
immortality up though. So Zapnu diving in, but he'll be able to soak it up with the Conrad Inferno along with the Vengeance up as well. And STI holding onto this middle lane turret. A lot of damage has been dealt to Execration, but with the Lord coming in right now in the bottom lane, STI might be ended right here. If they can convert, that is going to be an unstoppable Benny 5-0 and 2. Zapnu still has the immortality. So Execration are still in firm control. The Spear of Glory is able to get him though. Let's see if they'll be able to finish this. But look at Hade. Look at Hade just standing in the walls, just watching his team try to finish it. And here he comes. Channel the Hade. I got too excited because he decided to play it safe. The Blaze is committed. And STI here, 2 members down. This could be 3 if Dogman gets taken out. The immortality is up. Dogman still just walking away from this, but the base cannot walk away. We know that. Execration knows that. And now that we know it is going to be a 1-0 victory for them and 1 win away from the upper bracket, securing it and keeping SGD in the lower bracket. Wolf, what else do you have to say about this game, man?
Really, it was scary for Execration. But unfortunately for STI, they only have Dogman to work with. Nixu, the way they drafted Nixu Zero here in this game, it's almost impossible for him to actually have a good game. Cannot reach the Ling, cannot reach, obviously countered by the Esmeralda, has got a looming problem of the Hylos. Hylos is actually a problem for Uranus at many times in the game because of the stun, because of the slows, and yeah, only Dogman with the ultimate, and that's a big that's a small window. I mean, Dogman can only be good against Hate if he has got the ultimate, but apart from that, it's nothing that can stop Execration. Execration really had it in the bag since minute 0, I would say.
Almost for a moment there, we thought STI could take it, but seems like you really had strong faith in Execration all throughout, and they do get to secure the win, and 1 win away, as I said earlier, from the upper bracket. They need a 2-1 victory over STI here to keep SGD in the lower bracket. It might be, look, based on what we saw in the first game, it might be easy going here for Execration, but let's see what our panel thinks about that last game. Rockhard and the boys, go for it.
Thank you so much for the colorful commentary there by Wolf and Reptar back here on the analyst desk with Osiris and Midnight. I would say very colorful because there were some moments where I feel like Reptar was just playing out, scolding the mispositionings. And I don't know. That did look really obvious. For a moment, it was scary. But overall, again, great win from Execration, living up to their scrappy reputation.
Scrappy.
Yeah, they like to play win in scrappy ways. Anyway, yeah. Anyway,
well,
heading in, yeah.
Well, as you said, Execration, they play a little bit scrappy. We talk about how their lineup is good. Actually, Osiris mentioned that the conditions for STI are very, very shallow. Now, if we're talking about STI's lineup, they played well, but I don't think carry was the perfect option for STI. Yes, you had the protection for Yuji to be able to play the hero. Unfortunately, the hero doesn't play in the early game. It plays on the mid to late game once he gets the item, once the attack speed stacks up. Then you get the true damage, you get the most out of carry. Now, Execration, what they did was, just relentlessly go on STI. Even if Dogman poses a big problem for their lineup, again, there's no carry. There's no pun intended. There's no carry, okay? There's no literal carry for STI. If they went on and picked Bruno, they might have had a better chance against Execration.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many open marksmen that can just go ahead and go with the flow of that Mincetar. I mean, Mincetar is really a good idea. It's there's so many happenings or events that they were able to catch that Ling, and Ling a bit is forces out those skills against carry, and Yuji did his best to dodge all of Hate's jump, but then this is a carry, and it's not going to function if you're going to work in a less space compared to the usual marksman.
Yeah, absolutely. And the guy to give it, of course, the MVP. Hate there, rising above the hate. Apparently, hate rose over them. You know, he was just on the Finch poise over the wall, and he got the MVP for that, rightfully so. I have to say, now in hindsight, obviously hindsight is absolutely, 100%, as they say. The almost instant lock-in on the Hylos, I kind of really understood it when I saw it in the match. Go ahead, put down the righteous pathway, right? All right,
Glorious pathway.
Glorious pathway. There you go. Put the glorious pathway down. It's an easy way out of the King's Calling. That's what I just realized, and that is why they went straight for the insta lock, even though it didn't make much sense.
Osiris mentioned, right? Dogman posed a huge threat against the Link. There were a lot of times wherein Hate was not able to pull off the combo. Actually, there was one save on UG on the bottom part of the map after the turtle contest. Hate was actually taken down by Dogman because he was not able to cast any skill. And if you think about it, it breaks how Ling wants to initiate team fights. Dogman really has a huge threat on Ling, but the problem was where was the damage? Okay, where was the damage? Where was the consistent damage? Yes, I understand that you were able to take down Ling on that specific team fight. It's because of the fact that he had no teammates, he had no follow-up, because they know that they had, they had played themselves into a trap laid down by STI. Now, Carl mentioned that the Glorious Pathway was one solution against the Minzitar, which is really great because they had an escape for the silence counter against the Ling. My main concern was STI. You didn't clear your conditions. Yes, you're able to go to the late game. Well, it went past that. It even went to the point where Harry can actually fight. But the problem was there was so much utility on the side of Execration. You had the Esmeralda with boosted movement speed that came out from the Glorious Pathway. You had a Thams covering for the Ling. If you look at how the Thams played, he eventually recognized that, hey, I'm supposed to play as the initiator for my team because I need to be in front of Dogman. I need to be the guy that acts like a sponge. I need to soak up everything and throw it back away.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to work around. Again, Benny Curie on that Esmeralda. Yes, there's so many fights with Ling, with Docman, but then the Benny Curie was left on the top lane, and he was functioning really well. He was even able to take double kill when they tried to jump in against him. So, yes, they posed a threat against the Ling, but then it's not just hate. There's so many threats that have been poised into the hands of Execration, and King's Calling isn't really the only option that you can stop that way. I mean, it's the only option that you have if you're STI.
I think that's very impressive as well to make sure that you have multiple damage threats on your team that are reliable, not just the Ling, and to be able to zone out everyone else. Because again, as you guys mentioned, King's Calling, it's a great ultimate, but the cooldown on that thing is just ridiculous. You cannot rely on it each and every team fight. And Wolf also mentioned that it's very limited resource. Used once incorrectly spells disaster. And I think that happened over and over again here in this match, considering it also already had a natural counter in the Hylos.
Yeah.
However, the picking on the...
Sure, go ahead. Okay.
I mean, the pick on...
Sorry. Go ahead.
That's fine, man. I'll just finish my thought here. Carry, still not 100% sure. We already were on the fence about this pick even before it got picked up. They still went for it. This was the wrong one to take, right? So, go ahead, Midnight. What do you have to say?
Yeah, again, this is the main concern when you're going for a 1-3-1 or a hyper carry lineup. You're already dependent on your carry, okay? And the lineup of STI on the game 1 was dependent on one thing: the King's Calling of the Minzitar. The problem was you have a carry, okay? So you can't depend on your hyper carry on the early game. Again, if they have picked up the Bruno, then the reliable source of damage is already solved on the lineup of STI. And this is the thing about lineups that have multiple cores. Teams started recognizing that, hey, if we don't get to trade our buffs, why not just invade? We only need one. We only need one blue and red on the link. Esmeralda can sustain himself with the demon shoes, so why not invade? And I really like how Execration played the early game. Early invasion. Even if they don't get the blue buff, they secure the blue buff on their main hyper carry, and it disrupts the flow of the funneling or whatever laning configuration you want to say for STI. It disrupts everything. Everything collapses for the 1-3-1 or the hyper funnel carry strategy.
Then you gotta remember this Thams. We never spoke about this, but Zapnion that Thams really he was gaining too much attention, and after Ling hates time to shine, he's the one who's going for a split. So I think Zapnu also did really well avoiding or playing against that kind of 1-3-1 funnel setup against the carry. And right now, we're going to see an Akai, but Natalia, of course, in the hands of STI. So
I think you might want to go.
I feel like
Kufra.
I'm not sure about it. Okay, this is good.
Yeah, I'm
I
not
think
sure
this
about
is
the
actually yeah, this is actually good for STI. I was gonna say because I feel like easy hunting grounds here for whoever's gonna use Natalia, which I'm guessing might be Nixu. I'm not sure yet, but man, Execration. It looks a little similar to earlier, so they might want to go to what they thought was working. However, again, it's kind of red. I kind of read this, and great to have Esmeralda for STI because it's so easy to just take down Fams and Kufra with this pick. And if ever you want to go for an Angela, that's out of the question as well, obviously, from what we've been discussing way past in Game 1.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be surprised if STI pulls off a Kimi here. It's actually very nice. You take advantage of the fact that Execration, their timing comes up on the level 4s of Farsa, the Kufra, and the Thams. Even if you say that Kufra can jump on the Kimi, you have a Jawhead, you have an Esmeralda that can keep your course alive as well as be the frontline damage dealer for STI. Add to the fact that you already have the Natalia that can gather information for you, then suddenly the quality of life of Esmeralda and Jawhead becomes much better.
And no Ling, right? No Ling. That's a big
no Ling.
That is a big thing. You can have a Kimi on this lineup without having too much to be afraid of, right, Osiris?
Yeah, and right now, of course, having that Uranus, it's kind of solidified the power of STI, and at the same time, if they're going to pick that Kimi, their rotation will be even more solid, having those two front lines and Natalia just going to gain information. But Hayabusa, one of those heroes that can jump into the back line, a good shortcut away from the frontliners of STI.
I'm really liking Kimi here for STI. I'm really liking Kimi here. The lineup of Execration, it's good. Come to mid and late game. There you go. STI picked the perfect hero, play the perfect early game. Please, there is so much time for STI to abuse this lineup. You have an Esmeralda, you have a Uranus, and the heroes of Execration they don't come online as fast as a Kimi and a Uranus lineup. This is a much better draft for STI compared to Game 1.
Yeah, Invade is waving here, ladies and gents. No one can deal with this early game Invade comp right away, right? They have a window here in the early game to really snowball. We did see that in the previous match as well. Will this be a repeat?
It's hard to say. I was actually surprised that they picked up the Uranus first before the Kimi, but I think the main concern was they needed to secure the fighter first. But the problem was Execration wasn't even looking at the direction of Uranus, so you could have probably picked up a Kimi and baited out a lot of heroes on the side of Execration. Because I even think that Execration didn't even think of the key because they drafted the Hayabusa into the carry. So it's a much better time for STI. But then again, you have to execute early game. STI, they're infamously known as having an early game lineup and they play towards the late game. So if they manage to pull this off, I would give this win to STI, and I'd really want to see that. So my bets would be on STI.
Yeah, I mean, SCI really got that draft, but still execution-wise, I think they're going to have a problem in terms of macro plays. I'd respect Execration even more, so I'll go with Execration.
All right, coin toss for me. I think there will still be a chance for STI to come out of this one. I think STI can really snowball. I feel like they might have watched the game earlier. Maybe they picked up a few things. I'm gonna bet STI. That's 2-1 here on the analyst desk. Let's see what we have to say here for Wolf and Reptar.
Execration and STI, interesting draft. On paper, it really is looking like an STI game, but Osiris makes a good point. In terms of the macro, the track record here is in favor of Execration. Reptar and Wolf back at it again here in your caster's desk, and you are the more analytical mind between us, brother. Wolf, what do you have to say about this?
So it's a very tight condition, I would say, for STI. That's, again, the Kimi. I'm not seeing any way for... Although the Kimi is an okay pick, it's not wonderful, at least for me. And there's no Grok or Diggy to actually help him out here, which makes me think that actually Execration has got this because of the Hayabusa. I love how Execration actually picked this up. It's a hero that's what we rarely see, but in this specific match, it's great. Why? Because there's no catch from STI. Maybe the hardest one will be an ejector or probably some silence control from the Natalia. But apart from that, this Hayabusa is going to have a great game. And it's also a great counter against the Kimi. That's why I fear for the life of Kimi. If I were a Kimi player, I'm not going to play with this lineup for STI. That's the problem I have. I mean, of course, you can say that this could be a good push. But, man, there's a lot of ways to kill him. Like, Chakno can just jump right in front of him. Just hug him in there. Benny Cutie, I love it. He's going to go for execute. If I was in the panel, I would say the Hayabusa, go pick up Execute because of the fact that it's great versus Nixo and Lard, as well as Dockman. Hayabusa, this is such a weird... I know it's weird for some people to see Hayabusa get the Execute, but in this game, it makes a lot of sense. It's going to be favored. Oh, look at this. Dancing against his opponent. My goodness! Benny Cutie! Sexy moves from this Hayabusa.
Sexy, cutie, call it whatever you like. That was sick. That was just Hayabusa basics. Dancing around your opponents like that. That could have been an STI pick off there. But then Benny Cutie was able to show what you pointed out. They don't have a hard pick off right now onto the Hayabusa. And as long as this game goes, even with their ultimates, it seems like the only one who might have that pick off is, say, maybe an ejector from Dockman. So in this early level, Benny Cutie doesn't have to worry so much about getting taken out here in the bottom lane. We're going to see STI try it out again. But Execration are nearby if they just get a whiff of trouble. So, but STI, they decide to back out and reset. Oh my goodness, Chaknu from out of nowhere with the time suspension with the pick off Lard. Chaknu's taking a lot of damage. That Kimi already really hurts. That is the early game advantage that we see. And look at Hayabusa, like, when he goes, the camera can't even catch up right now. Hayabusa already back in lane, actually. And what could have been messy there for STI, actually for both teams, no losses there on both sides.
Yeah. Did you see that Chaknu and Hate synchronized swimming? Or at least that's what it looks like to me. Very synchronized with their jumps, with their disengage as well. You can see that this is the problem I have with STI. They don't have the hard lockdown. That's why the Kyrie was able to run away. I was with a shadow kill. Now Lard in trouble. They're just waiting for their cooldowns. But no, Execration says, we don't need to kill you, man. We just need to take this turtle. Yeah, I want to mention as well that without the hard lockdown that you're looking for STI, there's really no way for them to contest the carry and this Hayabusa. That's why Execration are confident with picking that Hayabusa up. And it makes me think that STI kind of They wanted to make this Uranus work so badly that they drafted the Esmeralda for their own, which meant to us that they will lack the lockdown in the end. I get the idea, but it won't work against Execration.
And there is a reason why Uranus has fallen down the totem pole in terms of viable tanks. That's why Uranus is more of a viable fighter and a side laner, yeah, but as your main tank and probably like your only tank in the team, Uranus is one of the worst picks there. Ben Cutie gets taken out by Lembot though. Ooh, that was... Okay, that's STI saying, I think we can hear you, Wolf. You know what? Wolf Reptar will be able to take out Benny Cutie still, and Lembot able to secure the kill. STI though, still in this, but once again, Chakdu! One of the best tanks according to Coach Stucky of Bren Esports, opening up that play with that pickoff onto Nixu, but Execration has to be careful because here comes the turret wrecking team of STI in the bottom lane. Wiggy Shadow skill is going to be used by that Hayabusa just to try to keep them back, and it does work for a moment there. Dogman coming in for the rotation, but he's gonna get caught out here by Zapdu. That Conrad Inferno has been used. Dogman ejector straight into Yuji, but he's probably not gonna be able to get a kill on him because, yeah, I just said it, he doesn't, and Zapdu is still well in the life here. Maximum charge, not gonna be enough for there, and they get to take out Dogman, who once again, I gotta say, I pointed it out earlier, very weird pathing into the bottom lane. Kind of risky where Dogman was walking there and how he got there, and he paid for it.
That was a very important micro play from Benny Cutie to be able to defend the turret, the sliver of health. And you know, STI had to overstay because they badly wanted to push that turret. It would have been extra gold and extra map control. But Benny Cutie with just using the ultimate, sacrificing his power move just to clear out the wave, actually had more impact for Execration than when it is used in a team fight. And I think that's maturity that you can get out of Benny Cutie. Because of that, they were able to defend and push the bottom lane, then get the turtle afterwards. Now Lard jumping in, not the best initiation. He might be punished because of this. You have to take note, Benny Cutie as well as Hate is here, and look at this. So spinning light wheel gonna be thrown out, and with that, STI is gonna have to back down.
And let's go back to total super basics here as to why Uranus isn't that great of a main tank pick right now. Hold that thought though. Lembot, Benny Cutie, trying to feel each other out. Ooh, spots him. But here's
the sandwich.
They might be able to catch him out. The sandwich is there. Feathered airstrike, taking a good chunk of his health. Chaknu might charge up Tyrant's Revenge. He does. Oh, and he actually gets a pick up on the board. Run away, you solar construct, and he does. Oh my goodness, Chaknu time and time again impressing all of us, including the viewers, I'm pretty sure, just how good he is on this Kufra. I've already forgot my thought, man. I'm just thinking about Execration and Chaknu, man. That was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I think you're talking about Uranus being the main tank, which is now going to be taken out. Double feathered airstrike to the face. And from the skies, the Uranus is taken out. Going for attack and defense, Chaknu spots out this Joy. Joy's gonna be stunned up. But that's not gonna be a kill. Yeah, Uranus being the solo tank. You know what? Uranus and Esmeralda in the same team feels still slow for me, honestly. But we'll see. Chaknu manning up against 3. Make that 4. Flicker to the left side. Now he will try to turn this around. Has got the ultimate. And he's gonna be able to stay alive. Takes out 1. Lembot in trouble. The dance from Chaknu. And STI, they're stunned in awe of Chaknu.
Well, speechless. I'm just speechless. I know it's our job to say things, but I am absolutely speechless. Chaknu, how did he survive that? Yes, he had the help coming in from Etomax, but his movement play, man, his left, right movements, able to pop off the Tyrant's Rage just in time.
Literally head and shoulder fake. He went to the right, he moved to the right, then flickered to the left. And that was under the brush, so STI will have to think for a split for a fraction of a second more, or should or less, I mean. That's why they couldn't react to Chakno, and the way they were chasing Chakno was they were just following him around. You have to take note, you hit where your target is gonna be, not where they are at. And Chakno really take advantage of the situation, jump in from Nixu. From the left side though, that's an amazing jump. Now Dogman in trouble, that's gonna be a kill onto the jawhead. Minimal casualties for Execration. They will have to back down after that kill. Not punished by STI at all.
Whew. STI though didn't lose more than they could have there, so that's good. They actually have to miss the Tyrant's Revenge there for a moment. Just 1 pixel away from hitting Dogman, but of course they do get to take out Dogman. And folks, you are, I hope wherever you're watching from right now, you are feeling special because Jacknu's just showing the fancy moves. Let's see if he can do it more than twice. He already has so many times. Execration. Wow, SDI now, they're just trying to find their footing right now. Let's see if they'll be able to turn this around. Lembot has the right idea. Splitting the lanes right now, trying to pressure the other parts of the map. Execration really looking to go for the endgame finish here. Trying to find that big team fight to turn things around, which is giving Lembot the room he needs. But SDI now, they do. How? What the heck? Jack actually got Lord? He read it.
Yeah.
He knew.
Read it perfectly, like a book. Up top though, STI is gonna collapse onto the Thames. Not the easiest kill. That is a bad decision because now Execration will have free reign onto this Lord. Able to take out the top tier 2 turret. But in exchange, the Lord is gonna be on the side of Execration. Gonna go for the invade actually. Nice snag onto the purple buff. Obviously, they need more. Chakno really prepared for this, already jumping, but Nixo was able to dodge it. Now Zapno is actually chasing. He throws in the side, maybe he can pull up one. As Chakno is gonna man the front lines. Can they pull one? Oh, nice punishment. Chakno flicker away. Able to run away from STI. Very nice ejector as Lembot tries his best. It's like an ant going up against a big dog. Obviously, not gonna be able to take care of it on his own.
That Lord take, stopping Lembot in his tracks. Execration didn't have to worry about Lembot at all. They knew the Lord was coming already, but it looks like Lembot is just the last hope right now. Like, while the castle of STI is under siege, that maximum charge is just gonna tickle Execration. It's Lembot trying to go around and make it work. But now Execration has actually put Zapnu on that Tams on take care of Lembot, dude, and that's gonna force it back. Let's see, can Execration finish it here? Feather there, it's gonna connect. Chaknu once again hitting Nixu, bouncing ball, Tyrant's Rage! That's gonna be a 4-man Tyrant's Rage coming in from Chaknu, and SDI are turning tail right now while Execration trying to step on the heels and the throats of SDI, trying to finish this, trying to secure the upper bracket, but they are going to back off. Play it safe, they say. Controlled rage right now from Execration. Trying to see if they can finish this more cleanly.
Execute, let's go. Oh, why?
Oh!
You had it! Oh no, another jump from the Chuck! It looks good, but it feels normal for Chakno at this point with all of the jumps that he's able to make. He's actually stretching once again. Want to go for the Esmeralda. Barely missing it. Benny Cutie, we mentioned earlier, Reptar, that this guy will have a free game, and that's exactly what is happening right now. And like I told you, Yuji is not gonna have a good time. He is at 0 deaths. But look at this farm, it's not even close to what the Hayabusa and the carry has right now. He did his best, but this is not the game that you will want to play Kimi in. They don't have like a Grok or a Diggy to help him out. Now Zabdo, oh, the jump from Chakno once again, pinning them down to the base, to their own base. Takes out 2, Feather their strike, Lard in trouble, Lard gonna go down, and the rest of STI might be capping this MPL Season 5 with that game victory now for Execration.
You just witnessed an absolute clinic here from Chakno on how to make. It's like he wrote the book on Kufra for Dummies, and this is just what they're showing time and time again. There's a reason why Chaknu, as much as possible, other teams don't want to give the Kufra to him. You can depend on him, but you can also depend on the rest of Execration to capitalize. Hayabusa, Benny Cutie had a good game. Had a respectable game, 1-1-4. Barely any problems faced. At the same time, Execration was just, all of them were on point. It was one man really shining, and that gave the room and the game for his team to really shine along with him, and they capitalized on it.
Yep.
And this is why Execration are in the upper bracket, securing the 4th spot. So SGD is going to be fighting from the lower bracket. The team that, for a moment at the start, we all thought is favored to be one of the contenders for the champions. Now they are going to have a difficult time. But back into where we are, it is going to be an Execration victory. Wolf, do you have any last words for Execration or STI for this series?
I think this is the strongest chance that Billy will get his trophy. MPL Season 5 might be his best shot. That's all.
Oh, let's see if we are going to see that in the playoffs. But speaking of playoffs, we are going to get a repeat of our finals from last season. It's going to be ONIC and Sunsparks up next. But we still do have our panel to talk to us about what they thought of this series. Game number 2 between Execration and STI.
Thank you so much, Wolf and Reptar, for that. Wow, what a fast-paced game. I'll be honest, guys. When that game started, throat was a bit scratchy. I got water. Outside the room. When I went back, I saw the timer. I saw 5 minutes on the clock. I saw the scores. 0 kills on Kimmy, 0 on everyone. I think only one guy had to kill. It was a tank. Forgot who it was. I already knew what was going to happen, right? Do you guys agree with me?
Yeah, well, to be honest, that's the reason why I didn't like the Uranus first pick on the second phase. They could have easily picked up the Kimi first, then see what tanks would work. Because the Jawhead pick from STI was supposed to be the other side laner for them. And the problem was like what Wolf said. Kimi, yes, although it's an okay pick, they didn't have the protection for it. They could have played very aggressive if they just had picked either a Hylos or a Grok. It's the classic Kimi lineup. It's again, it's textbook. Well, it doesn't undermine the fact that it's a good Kimi game. It's just that they didn't have the proper tools for it. Again, the Uranus, like what the caster said, they have secured the game for Uranus because they already have the Esmeralda. Unfortunately, you're not gonna get to play Uranus this game. Everybody is playing far away from you. You have a Farsa, you have a Hayabusa, and a carry, and of course the biggest MVP of them all, 0010. My goodness, I have never seen a player as a tank fight against an entire team by himself and live to tell the tale.
Yep. That's what I was... Actually, I was leading with the Kimi so that we don't feel so bad and we don't throw everything into the Chaknu basket, Because that game was the freaking Chaknu show. Right, Osiris? You gotta agree with me on this.
Yeah, I mean, he was just jumping all around. He was... One thing you need to consider is that they are expecting the Natalia again and again. They are prepared for it. Like every single brush, they're going to check it, and they know when is the go time, as Shapnu is the one who's jumping all around. And from both of you guys told from everyone that even if you falter as a Kimi for 30 seconds and seeing that they're not maximizing the power of the siege potential from that Kimi, you see, they are pushing the top side while Execration is pushing already the mid lane second tower. So the trade-off is really not good, and it's not something that you see from a Kimi who's not maximizing the push from bottom to top. So I think they lost at that point. First few seconds, you know that this lineup is going to fall.
So overall, no way for them to get back there. Midnight, I think, put it very, very well. Just get the Kimi, right? If you're gonna play the Kimi anyway, just go ahead and get the Kimi first. They were super afraid of the Ling pickup that they really just wanted to reserve it for last. I'm not sure if that's going to be the case. Either way, it is the way that it turned out. So Chaknu, I mean, Ducky was right with his analysis. Like Chaknu, he mentioned is one of those well-rounded tanks you'll ever find, and he made a showing here today.
He plays effortless. You know, if you ever see him play, and I think I'm speaking for everyone, even the casters, that might have been the best Kufra performance I've seen. Yes, a Felicia rival play on season 4. It's a very nice display of it's a very nice display of a hero. But if you want to see how Kufra works, watch Chakno plays it.
There you go.
Like
right there.
Like before we see Kufra, we've seen him on a Minotaur, and he was really playing insanely to any tanks that can go for setups. We even have the Chaklas, which is the Atlas from him with the Fatal Links. He's good. He's god in tanks.
Gods of tanks.
Yeah, and my analysis of that, like we're talking about big time tanks, right? We have Minotaur, Atlas, we have Kufra. My analysis of Chakno is this simple. This guy's decision making is off the charts. He knows when to use an ultimate that has a very long cooldown but high impact.
Yeah.
He knows when to recognize. He knows how to recognize those moments where it needs to be done. I think even without the shot calling, he would do very, very well. So that's just a short summary of how that game was. Benny Cutie, they did great. Hate, they did great. But overall, this guy really stood out. And you remember what I said last game when I said, if you were scouting, if there were scouts, if there were orgs that were scouting here on these streams, you got to give them that moment. You know what? Geek Fam didn't give it. This guy did, right? Execration did.
Yeah.
Closing thoughts on that one.
But of course, I would love to see. I mean, I'm a fan of SGD as well. Even though they're going for the lower bracket, remember there's so many gems at the lower bracket shining that can just go ahead and destroy the whole lower bracket and meet at the finals. So I think SGD is the bet for the lower bracket.
All right, Midnight.
Yeah, well, again, we've all said the the necessary stuff. I just think that Execration, again, as Wolf said, Billy, he has the best of chances to finally claim that trophy and lift it up. So again, kudos to Execration, and this was their last match. Good luck to them going to the playoffs.
All right, well, that's going to be it for that match. MPL PH Season 5, of course, is presented to you by Smart. And together with PLDT Smart Foundation, in partnership with Smart, we can help our frontliners as we stand together to be the real heroes in these challenging times. Support our frontliners through SMS. Text DONATE to 3456, and donations will be open from April 22 to July 16, 2020. MPL PH Season 5 is also brought to us by our sponsors, Realme Smartphones, Logitech G, our official headset partner, and organized by Moonton. Check out the 515E party still going on. That is going to be happening, of course, inside your browsers. And as Reptar mentioned earlier, ladies and gents, last match of the regular season. It is a rematch of the grand finals last season. It is ONIC PH versus Sunsparks. This is one you will not want to miss. So I suggest you guys stay tuned as we go back here in MPL PH Season 5, Week 6.
Let's hit the next level. Come and battle, come and battle. I'm the real game right rebel from Earth to space. We party place to place. I mean from Earth to space. Mobile Legends start the race. Party on. Game on. Game on. There'll be a party every night. Don't hold your breath, let's play tonight. Game on, party on. Tell me who you're gonna be, that's on your mind. No one can stop, it's time to shine. We are young, things will be fine. Danger comes, I won't hide. We are leading the trend tonight. We are young, things will be fine. Danger comes, I won't hide. Legends won't fade away tonight. Party on, game on, game on, game on, party on.
This is how we be topping a session. One family, that's how we present it. We got fans from all over the world and come together and we show them how we do it. Form team, fight for justice. We all gon' make it worth it. We gon' fight for the purpose. Fighting the evil with crystal brightness. Come and battle, come and battle. Let's hit the next level. Come and battle, come and battle. I'm the real game right rebel from Earth to space. We party place to place. I mean from Earth to space. Mobile Legends start the race. Game on, party on. Party on. Party on. Victory!
Game on, party on.
Experience the youth suffering.
Legendary! Legendary! Triple kill! Maniac! Legendary! Double kill!
Greatest.
Legendary!
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
In time minus
The situation is critical. The data
10.
doesn't seem right.
Check pressure.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5,
お願いします。
はい。300円です。3, 2, 1.
It can't be stopped now.
Launch.
This is how we be talking a session. One family, that's how we present it. We got fans from all over the world and come together and we show them how we do it.
Party on!
Game on! Party on!
My castle, my friend. Rook is powerful. Rook doesn't want to be your enemy. Rook likes sleeping.
You have slain an enemy. An enemy has been slain. Monster kill. Mega kill. Killing spree. Killing spree. Mega kill.
Let Rook go first.
Unstoppable.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Ages ago, under the protection of mighty dragons, our world used to be prosperous and at peace. Though that was before the vicious Kraken and its minions broke through the magical barrier. Everything changed thereafter. To protect the human world, the Guardian Dragons waged an arduous battle against the Kraken. However, little did people know about the Kraken's secret power that deprived the Guardian Dragons of their energy. Ultimately, all the Guardian Dragons grew weak and debilitated. Running out of options, the Guardian Dragons had no choice but retreat to the Dragon Sanctuary, a place initially constructed by humans as a safe hold for the Guardian Dragons. With what little power they had left, the Guardian Dragons created a magic ward that was strong enough to withstand the Kraken's fearsome attacks. At the same time, they called upon all human warriors to protect the world from evil. Eventually, the first champion who successfully passed through the ward and the dragon trials heeded the call from the fiery dragon. Even the difficult challenges await him on the path ahead. Only by facing his deepest fears can the champion embrace his true destiny.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
and gentlemen, welcome back. Drum roll, guys. Drum roll is what we need here right now for the main event for the day here. Ladies and gents, it is going to be ONIC PH versus Sunsparks, the rematch from last season, coming at you live here in the English stream. Welcome to the analyst desk. I am Rockhart. Alongside me is Osiris and Midnight. We're gonna be breaking down this game and everything that happens afterwards. This should be very, very interesting. Now, of course, MPL PH Season 5 is presented by Smart. And together with PLDT Smart Foundation in partnership with Smart, we can help our frontliners as we stand together to be the real heroes in these challenging times. Support our frontliners through SMS. Text DONATE to 3456. That's DONATE to 3456. And donations will be open from April 22 to July 16, 2020. MPL PH Season 5 is also brought to us by our sponsors. Realme Smartphones, of course, Logitech G, our official headset partner, and organized by Moonton. Last reminder again, 515 e-party, it is still going on. You can still log in, claim all the stuff that you can in the 515 in-game client. Let's have some fun indoors while staying safe. All right, Osiris in Midnight. This is it. Ladies and gents, what do you guys think? Do you guys have any early thoughts about this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the matchup, I mean, ONIC is really taking the Season 5 by storm. Although Sunsparks, they may not be on top, but they are showing big technicalities, big decision makings that can change the whole landscape of the game once again. So both of them are meta benders, meta changers, trendsetters, game changers. So I think this will be a hell of a night for all of us. How about you, Midnight?
I think for me, Sunsparks and ONIC are very close to each other. In terms of hero pool, well, I think aside from the position for support, Venus plays a lot of a lot of the mages, and Sunsparks they usually go for either a double tank or a tank with a support, and sometimes the mages as well. So again, they're very close to each other, but I do think that Sunsparks they have the wider hero pool because ONIC PH for the longest of times they've been stuck with the 1-3-1 meta. Although they've started adjusting outside of it, they still like running, the likes of Claude, the Lynx, even though they don't like the carry that much. They're forced to pick it because it's the meta. It's the hyper carries that are really the star or the key heroes here for ONIC PH. We're in on the side of Sunsparks. They've started to embrace, the mages. Again, KLVJ has started to play the side lane Esmeralda, and they've brought in a lot of stuff here for Sunsparks. And in terms of playstyle, these two teams are two of the most aggressive early game teams. They like invading, your blue buff, invading your houses. No, I'm just kidding. They like to, play very aggressive. They like to make sure that they have an established lead. They like to play around certain tanks that can try and steal your red buffs, rotate towards the bushes, and maybe catch anyone off guard. So they're a type of team to establish early game dominance. So it's really interesting for us to see the final match of the season play hand in hand with these two teams on the driving seat. And again, both teams are very aggressive, so it should be a fun match.
Yep, that's gonna be talking about Sunsparks, of course, who have been absolutely dominant as well. I feel like they're in the upper bracket. I have a few questions in my head, though, that I want to discuss with you guys. The most important one is, of course, the evolution of both of these teams. Which team do you guys think evolved better and adapted better to the current meta that we have right now, considering what you guys saw, of course, alongside myself, through the past weeks? Because week 4 was a huge difference from week 3, right? Starting week 4, everything just was hugely different. So who do you guys think evolved better? Is it the guys here on your screens, black and blue, or is it on the other side, ONIC PH, compared to what they were in the previous season?
Okay. For me,
Hard
of
question,
course,
isn't it?
I'll go. Yeah. I mean, it's tough. Made me and Midnight a bit of a speechless right there because both of them did evolve in their own ways. It's
Right.
just that going back by the numbers, it shows that ONIC was able to adapt faster compared to Sunsparks. And then they were able to put some different recipes, different spices. They got a Sicilian support. I mean, oh my Venus is really showing how flexible the hero pool that she got. And you got to respect how well that they're maximizing the kind of flexibility in their own team with how well as Sunsparks was able to read the meta. So both of them are aware. It's just that I think ONIC PH is the most evolved in terms of the current meta.
Yeah,
Ooh.
I
Hot
think
take,
for
hot
me,
take.
I have two
Yeah.
interpretations of your questions. I mean, two takes of your question. Because if we're talking about evolution, like how they are, how they are a better team after the recent meta change,
Mhm.
I think Sunsparks was the better team. Because if we're talking about evolution, if you see Sunsparks, the way they draft is that they still have a bit of an history. With their draft. What I mean by that is they still pick the heroes that they like the Selena on Greed, the Chose and the Leomorts on the Killwash. So they really didn't leave behind the signature playstyle of Sunsparks, wherein on the side of ONIC PH, you see them shift from week 3 to week 4 in a big unexpected way, because you never saw ONIC
Right.
PH shy away from the likes of Kimi and the mages on the hands of Wise. And right now, they're playing the standard meta.
Mhm.
So I'm what I'm saying here is that ONIC PH, even though they are the team that adapted faster, which is the second take of your question, they are the team that took this meta in like 100%. They understood how the meta works and they adapted fully to the play style. But Sunsparks, on the other hand, had their signature play style tweaked. So essentially what gave birth to the Sunspark that we see now is that it's still the same old Sunsparks, the natural aggressive play style, Kufra, Rafisha, Selena on Greed on Selena on Greed, okay. Selena on Greed,
Mm-hmm.
it's still same old, but the rotations, it changed, okay. Sometimes they utilize 1-3-1, sometimes even 1-2-2 transitioning into 1-3-1. So in terms of integration into the meta, Sunsparks is the best team to actually utilize the new meta right now, because it's the only
Yeah.
team that I've seen perform a 1-2-2 setup that turned into 1-3-1 for some reason. And mind you, they were running a
Oh,
1-2-2
yeah,
lineup, okay?
yeah.
They had a mage there, and they played a 1-3-1 funnel
Right, right.
strategy still, and it worked. So Sunsparks, they have a better idea on how they're gonna tweak their own playstyle when it comes to the meta. But on the other hand, ONIC PH, they are the team that you are gonna answer with if asked who is the best team to have adapted to the meta.
Excellent. Excellent takes there. Again,
Yep.
no
Yep.
fault as well. They have actually evolved, like Osiris and Midnight did say, but in probably in a bit different ways. Anyone who is new here, though, anyone who is new here in the MPL who just maybe tuned in, you might be wondering why we're so hyped about this matchup. Actually, found
Yeah.
something on my phone that can describe it very simply, and it's right here. If you guys remember this,
Well, I mean,
it's like this is it. That's basically it. So that's what happened right there. That's why we're so hyped, because this is gonna be
Yep.
revenge time, if possible, for
Yeah.
ONIC PH. Considering,
team is
you know
picking.
what, a few familiar faces right there on your screens. I love what I'm seeing.
right now, again, as you talk about the revenge, the probable revenge of ONIC PH against Sunsparks, the rematch of the grand finals of Season 4. ONIC PH, they like playing this kind of ONIC PH signature playstyle wherein they draft the
team
Cho, the
is
Joyd,
picking.
and the good thing about their draft is that they've already banned out two of the most significant heroes on the side of
team is
Sunsparks, the
picking.
pool of Greed and Kidowash. It's the Thams and the Selena.
Yep. And before we get into this draft, one big question, by the way, how impactful is Greed going over the Sunsparks going to be? Knowing fully well that he has been playing with ONIC PH lineup ever since they were battling it out in the grassroots, right? So how much knowledge will Greed actually give the Sunsparks regarding how ONIC PH plays? Is it going to be impactful? That's a good question, right?
Yeah, I think for me, I'd rather have Greed play. Oh, let me rephrase. Okay, so I think of this. I think of this as not the overall movement of ONIC PH. Greed knows the individual players. Okay, so it's not the overall how ONIC PH will play around their lineup or revolve around the meta, but how the players move around the map, the nuances. So Greed knows how Dilar plays the show, so he might know some spots that Dilar likes playing around. So that can help in terms of Sunsparks actually having a pre-planned strategy against them. Because if you are able to target, certain players in the specific team, you have an advantage. Like what Sunsparks did to Toshi when they were facing against SGD. He knew that Toshi likes, whenever he has retribution on their side, he likes going in on the blue buff of the enemy. So what they did is they ambushed him on the bush, so that those kinds of player nuances are very noticeable. So if you have a player that has memorized how these players play, Sunsparks, they definitely have an advantage. I wouldn't say though that it's a huge impact, because ONIC PH, again, their play style revolves around their draft.
Yeah, I think I believe that both of the teams did swap players, so I think that kind of information is being distributed as well, vice versa.
Yeah, that's fair.
I was able to watch JP's ranked game, and I believe that they're not yes, player nuances is really a good stuff to read, but the same as how well the hero rotates. There's a time that they just camp in a brush because they know that this kind of hero is going to take this buff, is going to take this route, is going to take that one. So I think it might affect a bit, but it's not a big factor since we are moving into different kinds of roles, into different kinds of meta, and as well as how out of the box both of teams into this draft.
Yeah, out-of-the-box picks like this Sicilian right here, very rarely used here by MPL teams, but ONIC PH, they have no problems with picking that up at all. And combined with, of course, Bruno and Cho shenanigans, even the Popol and Koopa, I feel like this lineup might be a bit too squishy for my liking overall, but in the hands of ONIC PH, I kind of feel okay.
Yeah. For me, I think Sunsparks, this is a classic Sunsparks draft. It's the Carry Esmeralda of KLVJ and JP, and I didn't see what battle spell was on the Esmeralda, but I do think if he has a Purify or a Flicker, this might be enough for Sunsparks to again establish a huge early game lead. If you look at how ONIC PH draft looks, it's a Bruno and a Sicilian, one that is really good in the early game and good at the late game. But the problem is, where's the connection? I don't see the connection on the side of ONIC PH. So I'm forced to side here on the draft of Sunsparks.
What about you?
Yeah, and of course, for me, I'd go with Sunsparks. We respect the aggression of both teams, but yeah, a Bruno against the Grok and to that kind of early game prowess coming in from Sunsparks, I think it's gonna falter the power of ONIC PH team fighting style in terms of early game. So I think they kind of need to slow down, but the hero pool right now isn't really some fitting into stopping the train of Sunsparks.
Well, I gotta agree. Sunsparks is definitely gonna be the way to go here if you're forced to vote here. Despite knowing what ONIC is capable of with off-meta drafts, there's just not much else to work with, right?
Yeah.
Most of this works. It looks weird at all. So let's go ahead and see if Reptar and Wolf has a different thing to say about that as we head it over to the caster desk.
October 6, 2019. ONIC PH dreamt high, but their dreams were shattered by Sunsparks in a best-of-5 game series. And now they're back here in the final day of MPL Season 5 regular season. It's the rematch between the defending champions. It's Sunsparks versus ONIC PH. And Wolf, our panel had a lot of interesting things to say about that draft. What do you have to say about it?
Well, it's one thing for sure. It's very close. This is the draft where I can say nobody is leading or nobody is winning the draft. However, I want to say both teams have their own comfort picks. ONIC PH, they're not gonna let Sunsparks get their own buffs like what they normally do, and Raflisha is gonna try for it, but he's gonna be punished because of this. And we are, yeah, come on. Man, why didn't you show this? I told you, man. They won't allow. And this is already... Alright, so this is the dagger already. ONIC PH, they have very good buff control. Raflesh's sacrifice on getting the red buff wasn't that good. Maybe if they secure their own blue buff, this will be great. But Raptor, yeah, I think a clash is gonna happen really quickly. It's gonna be really scary for Sunsparks at this point.
Sunsparks, though, feeling the danger, decide to back away from it, and ONIC PH are still on the run there. ONIC PH is a team that we know very well to be a team that loves their supports and gives all the room and all the encouragement in the world for their support so that their supports can play like a core hero. As we see Wise and Fuzaken going after KLVJ, Yaku's there too, sliding in, here comes the Shunpo, but Esmeralda gets to get away. KLVJ with the help of that buff there, the movement buff, able to get away to safety there. Meanwhile, the top lane Sunsparks with a 3-man rotation up to the top lane that 4 because Pilar is in a dangerous spot here. He has a Faraga armor up. Oh wait, no, actually no, there's going to be a Jawhead using the ejector to try to get Greed to take a lot of damage, but he gets taken out. Jawhead gets taken out there into the top lane. So 1-for-1 right now. Oh, falling star would connect by KLVJ. Once again, is dangerously low. He gets taken out, but that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade because Wise and Iyaku, especially that Bruno, able to deal a lot of damage with that Esmeralda.
Disaster.
What? Okay, a little bit of misstep in there from Wise. Maybe out of the third, maybe went to the third range. Wow, okay, that I did not expect that at all. I would have said that ONIC PH have won this early game with a slight margin, but after that misstep from Wise, it's a reset once again. And even the economy shows it. 3 and 2 kills in favor of Sunsparks.
That wasn't just a small slip up. That was like an ACL tear by Bruno.
Oh yeah, really an ACL tear in there. Raflisha back at it once again. Kiluash committing the ultimate, but not gonna get the kill. Now he is in trouble. Gonna be knocked by Dilar, and he is taken out. Fuzaken might be able to catch Raflisha, but that is a Grok. Not worth it to actually die for that. Look at Greed right now. Sunsparks, man, they aren't letting it go. What a jump!
Whoa!
Now Sicilian is gonna be the recipient of that. ONIC PH, they wanna go 2-man stun, and in comes the way of the dragon. Wanna go for Greed. Greed flicker to the right side, able to run away. Now in the middle, they will have to receive the wave of the world, but nobody will die. Championship caliber teams with championship caliber performances. My goodness.
Ooh, and you can tell just how well these two teams know each other. Kilowatt with the last insanity being loaded up, forcing Oh My Venus to go back, but Dilar's there in the back lane. There goes the unstoppable force. Unstoppable indeed because they get to take out Kajans. That's going to be another kill there for ONIC PH. Sicilian takes out the export. They could get more. JP on the run there. Phantom Step using it to try to get away, and along with the Blink Reflection, it's getting chased down. Look at that damage coming in from the Sicilian. Wild charge just to get away. And Sunsparks able to recover a little bit after a bit of a beatdown coming in by ONIC PH. Still very close in terms of the gold lead. 500 is all the separation between these two teams. There goes the Sanguine Claws onto JP. That's a combination from the Sicilian, but still not a lot of damage off screen. That's going to be Esmeralda getting a kill there on that Jawhead. Pilar gets taken out, but they don't have to worry as ONIC PH destroys the bottom lane turret. Iyaku and Kilowatt committing the last insanity because here comes Carry. JB trying to see if he can finish off Iyaku, but Iyaku will be able to get pushed away there as well. Reflection is there though. The barrier connects, but that Shunpo is there just on time for Iyaku to get away. Meanwhile, Esmeralda gets taken out as well, so that's going to be another kill for the Bruno. I need to breathe here, but they don't want to stop. That's going to be the way of the dragon. Dragon committed there by Yaknu, but once again, Raflesia and that Kaja played by Creed, sidestepping. My goodness!
Oh wow, that was a neat play from Dilar. Actually, instead of going for the carry, went for the cannon and used the ejector just to get it away, so that they will. JP will not be confident to taking the turret. Now, this is gonna be a turret down for sure, because it's Kiluwash and JP all together, and I would have sworn that if Joy had stepped a little bit closer, Kiluwash would have popped his ultimate. What I really love about what Sunsparks is doing is that they are taking care of their own buffs. And ONIC PH cannot catch a break. Then again, what ONIC PH does is that they are pushing turrets. 2 down on the side of Sunsparks, and they are defending in the middle. They have the Sicilian as well to clear out the minion wave, who's again steps in a bad spot and will be taken out so easily. Sunsparks might go and consider taking the turtle this time, as Oh My Beams already pops the ultimate as well as Kiluwash. Receives some damage coming out from Oh My Venus this time. He's gonna take the turtle. It's gonna be JP with no retribution, just plain normal attacks. Sunsparks getting 2 turtles. It's gonna be good. Oh, the accident of the carry. This could be good. Do they have the damage? They do have it. And they take him down while KelVJ is okay. Just taking the blue buff. Might go for the punishment. Jumps in with the falling star moon. Wise, can you escape? Yes, he can. Tackles away. Now the punishment coming up from ONIC PH. Jump! They get 2. They kill off the Cho, however. ONIC PH did not have enough damage even when they had enough control. This game keeps on giving, man.
Both teams just keep giving us an unforgettable experience right now, because we're seeing just how well and how familiar they are with one another trade after trade. The name of the game for Sunsparks so far has been, okay, let's choke them out of the jungle and the resources. Let's take as many buffs away from them as we can. That explains the aggression that we have been seeing from Raflesia and Kiluwash, just even committing their ultimates to try to stop ONIC PH from getting their buffs onto Wise and getting the resources onto their other cores as well. Meanwhile, ONIC PH has been answering with the split push, as you pointed out, and we've been seeing that work. They have the tower advantage. Now it's dead even because Carry was just able to take a turret right now. But so far, the tactic has been working well for Sunsparks, because they are now in the lead here in terms of the resources. That's 2K. To check out the items from both teams. Carry is still very well farmed here. They don't have to worry. Bruno is very close, though. The ONIC PH, this is just like the draft. This game is so close.
It is very close. I mean, we know that these teams are poised to have a rematch even in the playoffs. Grand finals. Sofisha stepping in. The power of nature, so he's gonna be safe for now. But Iakno greets him with some punches in there. No, they catch a Bruno and the falling star to follow. Gorgeous Barrier as well. Wise still is alive. The Wild Charge is way too short. He's being chased down. Finally kills the Bruno. Punishment onto Raflesia. Onto the backline. Fusakin in trouble as well. There's the Kiluwash ultimate. Takes 2. Double kill from Kiluwash. What a collapse from Sunsparks. My goodness. The chain of events, man. You couldn't have written this more perfectly. Oh, wow. We need a replay for that. That was team fight to the max.
Oh, the domino effect that eventually just fell onto the castle of ONIC PH. Sunsparks now have a much more comfortable lead in this game as they get to secure the turtle buff for JP. KelVJ spots out the Yahoo where the dragon is used by the turret. So KelVJ, will he commit to this? Yes, he does, because he has help. And there it goes. The members of Sunsparks able to take out a Yaknu. Meanwhile, the top lane is Kiluwash versus DLR one-on-one. The 2 fighters of both teams. But DLR decides to play safe and backs away because he does have help there in the Bruno. And Wise still focusing on the farm there, knowing that he's still behind the carry right now. It is going to be a 5K lead for Sunsparks for the gold.
Oh, there's the toss onto Kiluwash. The ultimate. Even as he got the immortality, another collapse here of Felicia. Promising usage of the Guardian's Barrier. I think that flicker wasn't needed for Dilar. Could be a punishment, though. Sicilian's gonna be taken out. So this is a trade-off. Or will it be? Nice truncheon, but it wasn't a truncheon, I'm sorry. It was just a trap set by the Popol and Koopa. So that's support for KelVJ. I'm sure ONIC PH are so happy with that trade. Nevertheless, Sunsparks, with the lead that they have, they can pressure the map now. It's gonna be harder for Wise to get the farm as Immortality. Oh, okay. Kiluwash, nice flicker in. Really mechanically skilled this guy is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not even Yeah. No hesitation whatsoever from KLVJ. From Kiluwash. Raptor, this game is so close.
Don't let the lead the resources fool you. ONIC PH are still very well into this, but Sunsparks, they are that team that if you give them a lead like this, more often than not, they will not let go of it. One misstep here, and the misstep might be right now as JP doesn't know that there are 3 members of ONIC PH close by. Look at that Way of Dragon, Sanguine Claws. The combination was there perfectly for ONIC PH, so they get to take out JP there.
Wow.
No more carry here for Sunsparks. So ONIC PH, if they do want to get this Lord take right now, this is a really good chance for them. They're going to be going for more. KLVJ doesn't get captured fully here by ONIC PH, and so they're going to try to go after Reflection's Grok right now. They are still spacing it out. Sunsparks still trying to stay in this. ONIC PH now have control over the Lord Pit, but hasn't started it out just yet. Doesn't fully commit into the Lord fight, knowing that JP is down, but still, Sunsparks in the lead, and they do have positional advantage now into the Lord Pit.
Let's see how Greed just straight up went for the Shadow Mask, going for the backlines. Lord is slowly being started by Sunsparks. JP is now alive, so Sunsparks are feeling a little bit more confident heading into this skirmish. ONIC PH, Greed's positioning, that is the most vital. KLVJ taking out this reset. Export is not here, but Wise already showed himself. Greed a little bit too early on the jump. Wise reads that. While it's happening, it's Jawhead going up against the Export onto the bottom lane.
Ooh.
Not even gonna pop the Immortality. So the Lord is now enhanced. 12 minutes in, it's the closest Lord take ever for Sunsparks and ONIC PH.
This is an enhanced Lord, so who takes this? And if they do win a big team fight to win this, is very well placed into possibly going for a very deep push down the middle lane even. So let's see here. Both teams, even after that big Sunsparks win in that one team fight, they're still trading afterwards. But Greed, there goes the Divine Judgment, able to get it onto Delar, and now ONIC PH are going to try to go for this Lord take, but it's going to be 5 versus 4 with their fighter down, and here comes the rest of Sunsparks PH. They are going to be going after this last Insanity to try to secure the Lord. Top lane, they're taken down there by Cho, but that is going to be a Lord there for Sunsparks, and ONIC PH, you have to play this carefully. VJ catches out Iaknu, but Iaknu
the sandwich
away. Reflection, he's gonna get sandwiched. Watch out for it. The barrier is perfectly placed. Oh my Venus is trapped with the Sanguine Claws is there to help out Iaknu, and he still gets away with the help of the Shunpo and the help of his teammates. The presence of Oh my Venus there on that Sicilian, just enough to let Iaknu get away.
Man, that kill onto the Joy, onto Delar was really what spelled the doom for Sunsparks. I mean, for ONIC PH, Sunsparks were able to get the Lord. I honestly thought that Sunsparks can't get the Lord anymore. ONIC PH already starts with the Lord when they try to go for the kill on Delar, but they are so quickly with how they move. They don't even have the Courage Mask, but they were able to traverse from the bottom onto the top lanes. It's just so good for ONIC PH. Here we go. Jump from Kiluwash. The opening salvo actually really good. Now they want to go for the kill on the turn, and they will be able to take it. So close. Sunsparks, they are winning this. Reptar, they're taking down the turrets. The base in shambles for ONIC PH, but can they defend? They'll take out the purple and Koopa down, but KVJ step too far away from his teammates. Immortality Bomb on this Kiluwash, tumbling onto this Export. Now Yakto onto the backside with the Way of the Dragon. JP trouble, but he will turn it around. He's still alive. Delar in trouble onto the backlines. They will take out the Sicilian, and onto the front they take out Delar. Sunsparks, they will take down ONIC PH. It's 3 members. And onto the turret they go. Reptar How can ONIC defend with just 2 members?
With great caution. It's gonna be really difficult. It's gonna be 4 versus 2. Oh my goodness, ONIC PH is just gonna be Yaku and White, but here comes the rest. They don't have the arrival, so they get what they did last season. Oh my goodness! Export gets the show! That's gonna be 1 down again for ONIC PH. That's only gonna be Fuziken and Wise left, but look at the damage coming from Bruno. He's kicking as hard as he can, but that thing gets taken down. And Sunsparks, slowly but surely, methodical and surgical, able to take down ONIC PH in this best of 3 for game number 1. Still very close though, all throughout. ONIC PH still had a chance. But in that last team fight, do you think there was one thing there that helped turn it around for Sunsparks? Because it looked like ONIC were able to stop the defense and send Sunsparks back. But eventually Sunsparks won it.
A lot of things actually. So you're gonna have to take note. There's no frontliner for ONIC PH that can actually help them position, because their formation was all over the place, and you cannot blame them. JP had a good time because there was no one to catch him. And actually, that's one thing you have to take note about ONIC PH. The problem with their draft is that if they don't have the Droid anymore, there's no way for JP to be afraid, and that's exactly what happened in the last clash. I mean, obviously there is the presence of the Cho, but you know that you can counter the Cho with the Esmeralda in there with the help of his teammates, and I'm sure that that JP actually played this so well because KelVJ helped him be enabled, right? If you have already the Esmeralda just starting the fights for you, you just have to be there at the most ample time, the perfect timing for you to go, and it wasn't that hard for JP, honestly. But Sunsparks played their heart out. This is such a Sunspark draft. I think that one thing you can take note of the draft is that this is so Sunsparks and this is so ONIC. But in that clash, when it is so Sunsparks versus it is so ONIC, Sunsparks will win because I think that we heard from a coach that just innately Sunsparks are better in terms of mechanics over ONIC PH. That can be argued though, and I hope we get a valid argument from ONIC PH come game 2.
Yep. And that is your top global moves explanation from Wolf. That's it for us for this game number 1. Let's throw you back to our panel and see what they think.
Thank you so much for that explosive commentary, Wolf and Reptar. That always happens. I really am just shouting. You know, earlier I was just shouting my heart out, especially the first 7 minutes of that game.
Yeah.
They were absolutely right. That was an ONIC and that was a Sunsparks lineup, right? So let's go ahead and check out the highlights. Maybe we can pick something up from that, because my heart was pounding each and every turn in that early game.
Yeah, you know what we need right now is to breathe first. Okay, breathe. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, we need that.
That game, okay, 4 minutes in, there's already, 6 minutes in, there's already 13 kills, okay? So there's 2 kills happening per minute. That's how intense that match was. It is so ONIC, it is so Sunsparks, and it is so grand finals worthy of a match. Just imagine having these 2 teams fight against each other constantly, not worrying about towers, not worrying about, minion waves, just face off against each other. And, Wolf has said that Sunsparks, whenever they fight against ONIC PH, they are literally the better team in terms of mechanics. We've seen that the fight that played around in the middle lane, KelVJ played that so immaculate. I mean, the micro of, KelVJ is just to its maximum potential. But for me, I would agree that Kilowatt was the MVP of that game. Although the early game was a little bit sloppy, it enabled Sunsparks to play very aggressive, just acting on the front lines. Just look at the first, look at the Lord Tower push of Sunsparks. He went in, not caring about a damn thing, just using the last insanity just to secure that Sunsparks gets the first inner turrets.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was really so Kilowatt. That confidence, that level of play. This guy, he knows what he's going to do in terms of those kind of trade-offs. The first Lord, I think that was 11 minutes when they were able to take down Dilar. It was a good decision. They know that they're having a problem with the splits, and they know that they need Kilowatt into that team fight. So what they did is they left Rafflesia to stall the Lord, and just to make sure that nothing's weird happening. And then 3-man from Sunsparks was able to take down Delar and opens up for a 4 versus 5. Like, it was the next level play to understand that you need to take down first of them to make Kilowatt, the biggest player on that one, to be present onto that Lord team fight.
And as of course, Kilowatt, obviously, that's just how he's always played. Way back, even when he was in Archangel back in season 3, even on after a different team shift. I've been watching this guy for a long time now, obviously, because sometimes it's like looking in a mirror. And I gotta tell you, a lot of the times with the teams that he goes to, it doesn't seem to be like a good fit. Sometimes too aggressive. Kilowatt, he's always being bashed as super aggressive. He's being always bashed as hyperactive whenever he tries to go for something. I feel like finally he has found a home here in Sunsparks. It just matches. The tempo, if you watch player by player, they have their own tempo. They match perfectly. They are in sync. Sometimes a little bit, it's not super 100% perfect, right? Sometimes it'll be off by a few milliseconds, but they usually work flawlessly around the map this time around. And again, to support what Midnight did highlight, man, that's just how it is. That's just how I would say mechanically gifted Kilowatt is compared, and the rest of Sunsparks is compared to them. And again, arguments can be made that ONIC, they have their shining moments, right? They have so many shining moments. I would say maybe I think ONIC is like top 3 for me in terms of consistency on their gameplay, or top 2 at least in the overall MPL. But again, there's still that top 1 mark where, geez, wow, Sunsparks really has that, right? Anyway, let's go into draft before anything happens there. This is game 2 draft, guys. Will there be a game 3? I'm sure everyone is hoping for that.
Jesus, we haven't even had a chance to breathe yet. Oh my god.
Yes, indeed.
I know. My heart is still. Oh my god.
Dude, just if you watch Sunsparks closely on the first minute, we've talked about how player nuances come into effect on the game. Sunsparks, they always utilize Rafflesia. You know, whenever they're up against 1-3-1 strategies, they always utilize the heroes on Rafflesia to go into the red buff. And ONIC PH, they answered with their own, rotation. And that's the thing about ONIC PH. They always study their opponents and they try to force a solution. Problem was, Sunsparks was expecting a solution. Rafflesia, yes, even though he died to 3 heroes, that allowed Sunsparks to invade the blue buff. So that's how mechanical and surgical Sunsparks playstyle is. They know how you're gonna react, and there's a there's an apparent answer for everything that you throw at them.
Yeah, I mean, considering also, yes, it was Sunsparks really doing well on those kinds of early game, but then ONIC PH, it wasn't as one-sided, of course. They still got those sneaky grass plays, brush play, even that kick against JP. I think one thing that they need to stray away ONIC PH is they're forcing themselves to go into JP. I know they needed to take down JP, but it wasn't as that's not the best way to go inside JP.
Your team is banning.
Oh boy. Okay, so it's the draft is shaping up already. Grok has been, I'll be honest, I've been watching Venus' stream. He's been super grokky lately, so I'm not sure if
Grokky Bobo right there.
I don't know, it's very grokky that he's been using that hero a lot, so I don't know. This is still a possible pickup for him. I don't know. There's a lot of weird things are happening right now. But again, still looks like an ONIC PH draft. As I hate saying that over and over again, but it does, right?
Yeah. This is a very nice move from ONIC PH. They banned out the Kufra and they picked up the Grok. Suddenly, Rafflesia is left with no hero. Fortunately for him, the Joyd is still up there. Joyd and Kaja is really, really good. And I really like the fact that Sunsparks, they're abusing their advantage against ONIC PH. Again, ONIC PH being the team that adapted to the 1-3-1 setup, they know that after they picked up the Esmeralda on the side of Sunsparks, they can pick up the lane because there's no way
denied.
that Sunsparks will be playing with a Ling and an Esmeralda. But Sunsparks says, you know what? I don't care about what you think. If I pick up the Esmeralda, I can still pick up the Ling. No matter what you say, hyper carry or not, Esmeralda and Ling will work in the same draft.
Yeah. And having, of course, that Farsa next work, I mean, Kilowash, one thing that we need to consider, Kilowash is one of the best show into this league, and he got the better understanding of taking it down. So that X-Borg, once again, is going up against that show, and they need to give so much attention to Kilowash to stop him from having a snowball. But right now, you got the Farsa, you got the Ling. There's so many bursts in the hands of Sunsparks as well as for ONIC PH, you got the Grok, who's really aggressive right now, and you still got the Cho, who can really go for those kind of isolation plays. So I think it's more well-rounded for ONIC this time, but in terms of execution-wise, I'd go still with that Ling with the power of Sunsparks.
Anyway, quick predictions here. Midnight Osiris, go ahead. What do you think about this?
You know, I'd actually beg to disagree. This time around, ONIC PH, I think they've lost the touch on the draft. It's a better late game composition compared to game 1. Don't get me wrong, but the problem was you have a carry, you have a Cho, and then suddenly you draft a Populate Koopa, which makes no sense. You have no early game on this lineup. And look at Sunsparks draft. It spells out early game. You have a Kaja, you have an Esmeralda, you have a Ling, and you have an X-Borg. How does ONIC PH fight against Sunsparks in the early stages of the game? So
no.
I think this game might be even faster compared to game 1. So all hands down to Sunsparks.
All right. So Osiris thinks ONIC is definitely gonna be on top of this one. Midnight has a counterpoint.
Sunsparks.
Splitting it up. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're Sunsparks. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
Very good. Yeah, I mean, very good. It's a well-rounded team for ONIC, but then I'd go for Sunsparks in terms of having the Ling with their aggression.
Oh, okay. Right. Just had to clear that up. I think, yeah, absolutely. Sunsparks. Man, that immaculate draft. And on the other side, I really wish this works because my brain is still processing what are the win conditions of this composition, right? I mean, it doesn't make sense sometimes. Carry? Okay, so we'll go ahead and check that out. Maybe Wolf and Reptar can break it down for us even further.
Our brains can process all we want, but might as well just watch it now because here we are. Game number 2 between Sunsparks and ONIC PH is the rematch of the Season 4 finals. And although I do have to agree with the more favor towards Sunsparks in this one, mainly because JP on that Ling has had a fantastic win rate. As you see, no typical marksman picked out there for Sunsparks because they do have the Ling. They will hyper carry funnel this Ling. And JP on that hero has just been absolutely terrifying this entire Season 5.
You know what I'm scared about? This ONIC PH can easily lose this game if they aren't careful about their jungle. I think more than anything else, ONIC PH will have to protect their jungle. They went for Wise, having this veteran hunter, and they're going to be playing against JP. JP's Ling with Esmeralda. And look at that. Fuza can actually really pounding through it. The power of nature, but he's going to be met by many members of Sunsparks. But that was just diversion. The real battle happens here. They have the retribution, so that's it. So 3 jungle creeps for Wise. That's good. Very good start for their team. Kilowash R2 forward, tumbles backwards. And now it's going to be up to how ONIC PH will defend their own buffs. So you can see this game, ONIC PH versus Sunsparks, it's battles after battles after battles, mini battles, even the jungle. You think about it as its own separate game. Now look at Fuzikin! So much damage in there with the Grok. Nice catches by away! Again, from Sunsparks, they will punish the Grok, but that might just be enough. Okay. Weird ejector. Iaknu dives so deep. Might be punished. What is happening? One second you will commend them for their very good play, and another second they show us some sour moves, and then afterwards you won't see them punished. What is happening? Raptor!
This is just two teams that know each other so well. Yet again, they're just meeting each other with trade after trade. Someone pointed out as well that in game one, Sunsparks threw off ONIC's movement just by mirroring them, and both teams really do mirror each other really well. Look at Fuziken diving straight into the backline, trying to go after KLVJ. It's going to be Greed there to help KLVJ out, but here comes the rest of ONIC PH. They're going to turn this around. Gorgeous barrier. Is it going to be used? Not yet. Koopa gets sent in. Koopa gets brought back, and KLVJ is safe there in the bottom. Meanwhile, here at mid, looks like Iyaku is looking for an opening. He doesn't have Way of the Dragon just yet, but here comes the rest of ONIC PH. Power of Nature used, but it's just there to clear up the lane, the minions. While, look at that, Sunsparks have another buff up, and now it's ONIC PH trying to do what they can to steal that away.
This is the power of the Grok. I think that for both teams, the Grok is the most important resource that they have in the draft. Rafisha showed a good Grok, and Fuzaken says, okay, Mr. Rafisha, I think he calls him Chan because they were teammates before. They're in the Sunsparks championship team. Says, okay, I'm gonna, in Filipino terms, I'm gonna seminar you on how to play the Grok. I mean, of course, Rafisha did a wonderful Grok. It's gonna be up to Fuzaken and how he's gonna show us, the viewers, his own Grok. And oh my, Dilar, such an aggressive play from this very aggressive player. Oh, this is gonna be close. Reptar, Turtle, JP holds the retribution, and Wise as well. Who's gonna be the better at retribution? It's gonna be JP. While that is happening, Gaja was taken out. Kiluash pops the ultimate. And Iaknu will wait for this. Stumble onto the left side. Flicker away. Iaknu actually with a 2-man stun. Fuzaken will try to take this home, but he is going to be forced back. Now, oh my Venus catches Kiluash. I don't think. Okay. Flame shot to the face. Kobe.
Flame shot. Kobe 2-0-1 now for Oh My Venus. What a flame shot there. That was threading the needle. Now they're going to try to go for KLVJ once again. And a lot of importance really being put into the Esmeralda there. Oh no, they gotta pick up their Dilar. The ejector is gonna send up the link though, so they are able to get a kill there. But then at the same time, that's gonna be a trade. Not good news there for Sunsparks as ONIC PH lost their core, while ONIC PH actually lost the Jawhead. Sunsparks lost their core, so not good for them. ONIC PH can make the most out of this. The middle lane though, Greed wings by wings to get away from that. And Fuzaken, you did bring up, can he show us how to play a Grok game? So it's a big question of can Fuzaken or can Fuzaken? I have been saving that for quite some time now. ONIC PH applying the pressure in this buff, and look at that, how much pressure both teams are just putting into the resources and the buffs here. They know they're outnumbered right now. Fuzaken's not just there yet, trying to use Guardian's Barrier to steal the buff even. Guardian's Barrier to buff steal. That's how much they don't want Sunsparks to get the buffs. But Sunsparks still secured at the end of the day. We might see another team fight here though, as they try to secure purple. The flamethrower spray able to send back Fuzaken, and now it's going to be another reset. Now ONIC PH very well in the lead.
Yeah. So actually, I think what probably the panel missed out on the early game composition of ONIC PH is that they put so little value on the team fight potential of the Grok. And it's weird because we know Grok as the best in terms of the early game. But I guess the reason why they say it is because it's gonna be difficult. Look at the 2-man collapse from ONIC PH. With just the power of nature, just the wild charge is more than enough. Fuzaken, I know you want it, but unfortunately you don't have the execute like I do, so you won't get the kill.
You can just see Fuzaken like boiling there. Oh, I want this so bad. Even just use the Guardian's Barrier as a consolation prize. Like, I'm just gonna stop your recall. There you go. I won't be able to kill you, but let's see. Might see another one here. And I just want to say in that last fight, Iaknu really had stopped JP in his tracks. If JP was left alone, it could have been a big Sunsparks turnaround, but because Iyaktu was able to see how JP able to use Way of Dragon just to kick him away and piss him off, and we might see another one-on-one here again if JP decides to go for it. Way of Dragon kick down the wall. Look at that type of blades used to try to escape.
Iyaktu.
But JP really low. Can Iyaktu finish him
jump.
off? Does he have
get it.
the Jeet Kune Do and Shunpo? He doesn't have enough to finish him off. But my Venus. Right there, the Fumble and Kuma stopping JP in his tracks.
Anyway, Fuza Ken, my goodness, this guy showing us how to grok. Okay, we made a clash here. Kiluwash pops the ultimate so early, guards barrier in there. Fuza Ken with the power of nature. The rest of ONIC PH just want to push, and they will be able to do that. Right, so as JP is still absent, still has to respawn. That means that there is a clear potential for ONIC PH to actually steal this buff. Man, you know what? This game, this series, it's all about the buffs. And whoever gets it will win it. Fuzaken just puts a wall onto the wall because why not? Why the hell not?
I just imagine in my head when Iyaknu sees JP on the wall, he doesn't like flying kick him. I imagine just Cho throwing his shoes at Ling, and then that knocks out Ling, and then he goes in for the combo. That's how it plays out in my head. But Fighters in there, able to catch off Dilar. That's gonna be a big kill on him as well. So without a Jawhead, can ONIC PH still win a skirmish here? JP Wise on that carries really far away. Looks like they don't need him. That's gonna be a mega kill there for that Popol and Koopa. So that's gonna be 4v4 if they do force a team fight here. Look at Wise using Phantom Step, just damaging away at Kill VJ. They might be able to take this turret right here if they get to space out just well enough. But with that feathered airstrike, that is going to stop ONIC PH in their tracks, allowing Sunsparks to just breathe a little bit, while ONIC PH still applying the pressure across all lanes.
So what's happening really for both teams? In game number 1 and game number 2, it's all about diversion, or at least redirection. I guess that's a more proper term. So that's how Sunsparks won game 1 with KLVJ just doing the redirection to himself so that his JP carry will be successful, and that's what ONIC PH is also doing right now. And it's more effective in this game just because of the fact that Sunsparks team fight is more like, we have one ultimate, we're gonna throw everything but the kitchen sink onto you with the Kaja all in and the Ling ultimate Tempest of Blades to just take out one. And it's very effective for ONIC PH to just put Dilar or even Iyaknu out of there just so that Sunsparks will commit. And that's what they did with the Divine Judgment on the Dilar. They had to commit so much that in the succeeding fight, even in the turret defenses, they will not be able to fight anymore. So I like this from ONIC PH with Fuzaken as well as Dilar just shoving the side lanes almost always, making sure that Sunsparks will always think about committing or not.
And this series so far has just been a mirroring of both teams. If game 1 was Sunsparks trying to mirror ONIC PH, now it's ONIC PH mirroring Sunsparks. They might actually get to win this, but if they do more sour moves like that, Dilar jumping in for absolutely no reason. Why would you do that? Then you're giving Sunsparks more chances to come back here. Look at KLVJ just missing out Fuzaken. He goes straight for the Cho. The bottom lane is Cho versus Esmeralda, but in the mid lane is Fuzaken versus 3 members of Sunsparks. Makes that 4. Fuzaken says, you can't take me down. They're gonna shut down on the far side. He got him from out of nowhere, but that's gonna be a counter there by the Link. The Tempest of Blades able to take it out. Reflection takes a lot of damage, but he'll be able to get away from this. So once again, it's going to be a trade. However, because of the opening death there from Dilar, diving in a little bit too deep, even though he really didn't need to, it's still Sunsparks with a bit of a favorable position here. But just as I say that, let's take a look of where we are in this game. It's going to be 6 turrets to none. We haven't pointed that out yet. Sunsparks hasn't broken down a turret of ONIC at all. And at the same time, it's going to be an 8k gold lead here for ONIC PH.
One factor that we did not talk about much is that there's no push from Sunsparks. They have to kill ONIC PH before they are able to get the push, and now it's a problem. Fuzaken is just doing the bad boy things, the classic bad boy things. You can see him man up against 3 members, and then instead of going back, went for the wild charge. That's Fuza crazy, man. And he got away with it. And he got away with it, and now the looming problem for Sunsparks. Dominance Ice is now available for ONIC PH. I like the Rose Gold Meteor pickup here coming out from this carry, keep himself safe. Dominance Ice is gonna be actually a big problem now for Ling. The only weird thing that I'm seeing from the side of ONIC PH is that they went for Athena Shield even with the presence of the Esmeralda, but I guess at this rate it doesn't matter that much because the fights are just so fast that Esmeralda cannot tank through it, because this is strength of Esmeralda. In the previous game they have a Bruno, and they don't have like the actual burst to actually take down the Esmeralda. That's probably why KelVJ on the Esmeralda had a better time. But in this game, it's gonna be up against Carry, against a Cho, or you have another Jawhead. So it's actually Esmeralda struggling, but it's okay. He was the first pick for, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, it was the first pick. Esmeralda was first picked by Sunsparks, and it's just given that that almost all first picked heroes will have a hard time anyways. This game, it's looking like very ONIC PH sided because of the fact that they can push. Maybe that's one thing that we and even the panel kind of took for granted, the fact that there's no push from Sunsparks. I think part of the early game strength of any team is to have third pushes, because what it does is just it amplifies your farming speed by getting bonus gold out of the turret and getting some control of the map, some real estate. And I guess the main reason why ONIC PH led the early game was, I still have to give it to Fuzaken with trying to mirror what Raflisha did, but in a better way. I want to explain it, but I need some visual aid to kind of show it. But basically speaking, the way that the Grok played in Game 1 and Game 2 was to just divert the attention of their opponents so that their own cores will get the buff. That's what Raflisha did in the first game, trying to steal the buff from the Bruno. But actually, what the effect of it was Raflisha getting the buff for their own carry. That's also literally that's what happened in game number 2, wherein Fuzaken went for the red buff of Sunsparks, and it actually attracted the attention of Sunsparks to go on to him. He did not die. He received a lot of damage, and he did not get the red buff anyways too. But what he gave on the PH was time for the carry to transition from the red buff onto the Lethal Wanderer onto the left side. Imagine this, guys. I hope you keep up with me. But yeah, the red buff for on top, and then the Lethal Wanderer, and then straight out to the blue buff of the blue side, right? And with the retribution available still for the carry, they were able to take it. So I know I said a lot of stuff, Reptar. I hope you're keeping up. I hope the viewers are keeping up. But I guess the only thing that I want to say right now is that the Groks play so much in this matchup in Sunsparks versus ONIC. The Grok is such as the I don't even have a word for it. It's such a vital cog. It's such an important piece. The catalyst. Oh, there you go. Thank you. It's the catalyst for both teams. And I'm sure, I don't know, I'm going to make a blind bet. If we go to a game 3, whoever takes the Grok wins the game. Maybe.
Interesting development about this game right now, though. We're still waiting for the official word, but what you have been watching right now is the rematch between ONIC PH and Sunsparks, a replay of the Season 4 finals, and it is neck and neck. ONIC PH looking like they're going to be taking this victory to force out a game number 3. And yeah, both of these teams really have just been mirroring one another so well. It really shows how much they've been preparing for one another. There's still a lot of bad blood or like the taste of each other in their mouths. That sounds a little bit inappropriate, but let's just think of it in a more combat-centric level of analysis. Because these teams, just if you are just joining us here in the MPL for Season 5 here in the Philippines, for our international viewers or maybe our fellow Filipinos who haven't seen Season 4, just to paint you a crazy picture of what happened. ONIC PH had the championship in their hands. It was 3-1. You see it at the video that plays at the top of this broadcast called The Story of MPL, the iconic arrival play from Sunsparks, the iconic "There's no more minions" call coming in from Shinbu and Manjin casters over in the Filipino stream. What happened was, it was ONIC PH. Looks like they had it. Looks like they were pushing it and ending it. But then what happened was Arrival. We all know Arrival, if used on the turret, will allow the turret to not get damaged. Roflesia was able to pop it off just in time, along with, I believe it was followed up by whoever was the Akai that Sunsparks used in that game. My memory has failed me right now. And 2 arrivals was just enough to stop ONIC in their tracks and force a game number 5, because at the same time, ONIC PH also got pushed out in the top lane. They didn't have any more minions left.
It was Fuzakin. Dakai. Yeah, it was. Should be. Nevertheless, let's now hop into the game. We're back in action. Kilowash pops the ultimate to stop the bleeding from top lane. I love that. I love how ONIC PH are actually overtaking the map. This is real estate management for ONIC PH. It's one thing that you have to learn, guys. You're leading, and if you feel that you can't penetrate the base of your opponents, you won't have to. They will come out eventually, and what you can do is to just take their jungle, get their buffs, get their red, their orange, their purple, their green, everything. Don't let, if they do come out, that's where you take them. It's when you take them. I mean,
and now ONIC PH
how great was that?
Once again, Guardian's barrier just messing with Sunsparks right now. Pressure across all lanes. Got a minion wave coming in through the bottom. D-Lar is up top, pushing it as well. Got a bit of a 2-1-2 placement right now. Fuzaken just hovering over the middle lane. Depends which lane is going to crack first, or can ONIC make a lane crack first. Feathered airstrike, that's probably what ONIC PH is waiting for, so Green doesn't have it. But with how they're moving right now, it doesn't look like they might go for the end game just yet, because D-Lar is still there. Going back to the top lane, and looks like we might be seeing a reset here from ONIC PH.
Be a reset. They're just looking for low-hanging fruits at this point. Sunsparks shows their hand. It's gonna be hard. But Sunsparks, I kind of feel that they are a little bit more confident now getting out of their base. They spot Fuzaken as well as Popol and Koopa. Fuzaken don't even try to hide anymore. It's literally being seen by their opponents. You know, there's a discipline for supports or tanks that don't show yourself. But Fuzaken is doing the complete opposite. Show yourself at all times. So that your opponents will Channel Vision, the Yakno might go for the snag. Oh, wait for the wave of the dragon, not even gonna displace him. That's Gacha down, and ONIC PH are more confident, but KVJ drops. Falling Storm catches the wolf, and Fuzaken, but it comes the ejector! What a play! D-Lar will be able to run away as they snatch down the lane. It's all about misdirection for ONIC PH. D-Lar, right moment. I mean, your 4 deaths wouldn't matter if you get that wonderful snag onto JP, the Ling.
And ONIC PH did a really good job of shutting down JP all throughout this game right now. D-Lar just said, get away from here! And it worked out really, really well in their favor right now. Oh my Venus and Wise pushing down the middle lane turret, just using Koopa as... Oh no! He probably shouldn't have tried to do that. Fuzaken able to use Power of Nature though, but not enough to save Oh my Venus. So without the focusing mark and the support, Popol and Koopa here, ONIC PH now has to play this carefully because here comes JP coming back. And we all know how fast Ling can traverse the map. The Lord is up. That is going to be an enhanced Lord once again. And for the benefit of our viewers to know, the ONIC PH actually bought a second Dominance Ice. Right now, the Dominance Ice, there is a bug. So for all of you who know, when there is a team that buys a second Dominance Ice, they will have to sell it. And if they buy a second Dominance Ice again, while another member still has that same item, then they are going to have to forfeit. So ONIC PH, that is something that we have to consider. A lot of gold is used to get the Dominance Ice, and it was Fuzaken who actually picked it up, if I'm not mistaken. So sort of he used all that gold and just sold it for nothing. So that's going to be a big factor. Maybe here for Fuzaken's Grok as we go into the mid lane. Kilowash in a dangerous spot. Last Insanity is going to be committed. No more Faraga armor, but JP is going to be there. He might go for Oh My Venus, but Oh My Venus says, you know what, I know you're here, I'm gonna get out. So Kel, VJ, back there.
Wow.
Forcing the resources again.
Wise.
And both teams right now, it still looks like an evident stalemate.
Man, since Wise actually goes for weird defensive items that actually make a lot of sense. Went for the Rock Potion and the Rose Gold Meteor. That's why Link cannot burst him down no matter what how he tries. But now it's going to be an exchange. Nope, KLVJ going to be found by Yakno to force the way of the Dragon, but the Purify is going to be there. They follow up with the Popple and Koopa. They shut down the Farce's ultimate as well. They will have to sacrifice the first life of Fuzaken. He's able to run away for now. And fortunately, has gotten the help of the walls to be able to run away, and that's a quick Lord actually. Very quick uptime for both the Lord and of course the take on that.
It is 5v5. All members of each team are up. Lord being pushed out here in the middle lane. They eject the spots out. Kilowatt. Feathered Airstrike to play defensively. D-Line with unstoppable force straight to Greed.
Okay.
But Greed uses spy wings to get away. So ONIC PH now. Oh, another injector out to Kilowatt. But he does have immortality if he gets taken out, and he gets to live. So with all that action that we saw, ONIC PH now forcing Sunsparks all the way back into the base. Middle lane turret has been destroyed. Feathered Airstrike has already been used. No Feathered Airstrike anymore. Here comes the gorgeous Tiger. Here comes the last insanity. There's a lot of damage to the ONIC PH, but Sunsparks can't capitalize. They can't turn this around, or maybe they do. Here comes the Lord. ONIC PH, they might end this, but the Lord is still marching. Barely any damage to the Lord right now. That's going to be a mega kill there for KLVJ. And oh no, ONIC PH not able to fully capitalize just yet. A lot of them are really low. Oh, and they get a Divine Judgment. They're on to Booz again. Get away. Wild card to use it already. The injector. Delar saved JP. What a save there by Delar. Clutch ejector saving Fuzaken, and Fuza did get away from that. Ooh, that Grog is slippery, boys. The slippery rock.
Oh, Fuza can't die, man. I am lost for words. I am lost for words. But yeah, that was such a great jump from Iyakno, redeeming himself there. 4-man knockup. I could have sworn it was 5, but to be safe, that was at least 4 when we tried to go for the dive. But now Fuzaken under the front lines. Really want to stop Greed at this point. Just throwing away the Guardian's barrier to kind of misposition Greed to cancel the channeling. And now they want to go. Want to go and take this base. Ejector onto Fuzaken. It's actually not the best play for ONIC PH. Feather there is not going to be used. Kilowatt in front. No one dying from ONIC PH. Just HP's falling low. Even the Wolf is not dying at this point. It's Koopa getting his getting tankier by the minute with Cursed Helmet. I think that there's dominant size as well onto Popple and Koopa. Want to see the items are. Oh, this is great. Oh, okay. So dominant size indeed on Popple and Koopa with a Thunderbolt. Kilowatt though steps in a bad neighborhood. Is this the death of Delar though? That is indeed a death on Delar. Death on Delar. Nice Guardian's barrier. Kilowatt, they're still fighting. They want to take down Koopa, but Koopa is so damn tanky. Yakno goes for the way of the dragon with the follow of the wild charge. Not enough damage on ONIC PH. Kilowatt regains the Firaga armor. And will this be the first turret? This is actually the second turret. Sorry about that. Second turret to fall for ONIC PH. Without Delar, they're not fighting actually. Getting weirder by the minute as Sunsparks will port their Esmeralda to defend. Kilowatt now doesn't have the Firaga armor. Tumbles now. Wild charge. Not yet gonna be actually committed already at this point. Sorry about that. There's further. There's like Link with the Tempest of Blades. No burst down whatsoever. They're so tacky. ONIC PH survives with the break of their health. And in comes KLVJ now though. There's payback. There's payback for the king as they take out Wise. Finally, the first death. Oh, Yakno with all the backlines to take on the catch-up. Triple kill for himself. KLVJ versus Yakno, the shutdown. Finally there. Fuzaken falling. ONIC PH, very bad decisions. But Sunsparks, they have to hold on. They still lost a lot of people in there. But my oh my, 20 minutes in. I don't even know who's gonna win it, even with ONIC PH leading by so much.
Ooh, Wonder Boy KLVJ popping up back into the fight just in time to allow Sunsparks a little bit of breathing room with the pickoffs as ONIC PH were recovering. Very scrappy, very tanky right now as ONIC PH. Look at that, the items onto that carry, Rose Gold Meteor. He also has a Sea Halberd even in this battle. Queen's Wings, very tanky. 4 immortalities for ONIC PH.
Oh, did they steal the
compared
buff?
to the 3? Oh no, it looks like greed.
Did they? No,
Take
it was greed. It was greed.
Yeah.
All right, but
He
it would
has
have been better if JP holds it.
Divine Judgment!
Oh, no way. That's such a good catch from Sunsparks. Divine Judgment he used. And it seems like even the lane pressure is not a problem anymore for Sunsparks. Pilar, can you do this? I mean, Kiluash is nearby. Okay, they will fight this. Okay, Fusakan is here. Watch out, could be good. Not yet committed. Fusakan holds on to his ultimate. Pilar able to run away. Immortality pop. Weiss is here. But Felicia threatens for kills. Iakno on the backline, so want to go for greed. And that's a shutdown on the Farsa. Now Kiluash and the rest of the gang still left here. Will they reset the Lord? Yes, they will. Iakno in the bad spot. Gonna be call here. But does have the Shumbo. And the cheat to the comes Weiss. Fusakan as well. Gorgeous fire, but they able to go through it. That was so close. Now Fusakan. Oh, backlines now. Weiss is gonna be bubble, but the tank ability. The defensive item is still alive at this point. Weiss is gonna be the one to fall. Iakno onto the backlines, takes out the X-Borg. And I'm lost as Sunsparks only have JP right now. Fusakan right to his face. My goodness. Can't catch a break. Iakno. I think Iakno salvage at fight and ONIC PH will force a game 3.
Iakno making Sunsparks cry. For those of you who don't know, in Filipino, Iyak means cry, and definitely Sunsparks are crying right now because the man on the show, the man for ONIC, Iakno, I agree with you, definitely saved that fight, turned it around, and have forced a game number 3. This is why these two teams fought in the finals last season. This is why it went to 5 series. And this is why going into the playoffs for season 5, a lot of people are saying, maybe, just maybe, we might see a replay. But let's not think about a future, and let's look at where we are now. We're so lucky to witness a game number 3 between these two teams, Sunsparks and ONIC PH. ONIC PH taking game number 2. And the dominance they showed, how did ONIC PH keep Sunsparks from breaking a single turret for so long?
Well, they have this incredible wave. I think it's a draft issue, definitely for Sunsparks. It's not like ONIC PH had to try so hard. They did well defending their turrets, but they don't have to. It's just a problem for Sunsparks. As good as their team fight is, they don't have turret pushes. But yeah, you don't need to analyze that game. Just watch it, man. It's so good. Just enjoy the show, honestly.
Yeah, textbook, a movie. We're definitely enjoying it. Hopefully you're enjoying the show right now that these two teams are putting on. But that's going to be it for us for now. Let's go back to our panel and see what they think about that hell of a game 2 between ONIC and Sunsparks.
Thanks so much, Wolf and Reptar. We are back here on the panel. And as you can really tell, like co-panelists, they're tired. You gotta hang on, because you know why? You gotta hang on to each and everything, little tiny details that happens in that game, and there are so many of them, right? So many small things and so many big things happening at the same time. Welcome back here to the Analyst Desk. I'm Rockhart, Osiris and Midnight right here with me. Can we break that down, boys? What is the biggest thing that we can take away from that?
Yeah, well, you know, we'd said that the draft of Sunsparks PH has a better early game. Well, in fact, a very dominant early game lineup. The factor here is, again, player nuances. ONIC PH, they recognize that the Grok, you know, they actually copied Raflicia's move from game 1. You know, they tried invading the red bomb and added the show, okay? Iakno on the show. He said, screw lanes, I'm gonna head towards your red bomb.
That was nuts.
Do as much annoyance as I can, okay? I don't even care about the minion wave. I just want, like Wolf said, ONIC PH, they just wanted to have carry, get the buff, get the farm, clear minion waves, and ONIC PH, they didn't necessarily establish an early game lead, they just delayed Sunsparks. And the problem with Sunsparks on that initial game was that they didn't replicate what they did on game 1. They didn't go for the aggressive maneuvers. ONIC PH, they were the ones doing aggressive maneuvers. And if you're playing defensively as a team that is supposedly composed of early game lineups, you're asking to lose. And I don't. Well, we're grateful that we're wrong. Okay, so we got a game 3. Okay? We're wrong with our analysis. ONIC PH brought an amazing game here. They said, screw your analysis, Sunsparks. We've already seen how you play ONIC PH. We're just gonna have to roll with what we got.
Yeah, I mean, it was all around. It was all around. ONIC PH was able to take advantage of what they have. That Popol and Koopa support worked well. I mean, it was on my Venus being dominating a core support right there, showing how great the damage the Wolf can show us. And then, once again, Iakno, I told you guys that they are forcing too much against JP. But right now, they got the most efficient target, which is Greed. He's just standing, casting that ult. And Iakno was able to hunt them down one by one. And it was just ONIC outmaneuvering and outplaying Sunsparks. Even though Sunsparks was able to give those counter punches, it's just as it wasn't enough because of those long team fights that don't give them any of those push. Didn't translate to anything big.
Yeah, and having Sunsparks and ONIC with a prolonged team fight in general would favor ONIC PH, especially as you can see on your screens. They're just so tanky. Even the fighters, even the Cho, just so difficult to take down.
Oh yeah,
and innately they had a big advantage. And of course, everyone, and Wolf mentioned it as well, well-deserved, Wilfred Raptor rather, well-deserved MVP onto Iakno, making them cry, as they said, this game too. So such a scrappy team fight. These team fights just go on for such a long periods of time. They barely have a time to catch their breath, and we barely have any time to get any analysis gone down at all. So I have to ask, despite a very shaky draft like what we thought they had, they managed to pull it off just by pure mechanics on Comfort Heroes, Fuzakin on the Croc, Iakno on the Cho. On the other side, it looked really good, but if you notice Greed, just notice Greed every time. Whenever he casts Feathered Airstrike, I feel like it's an after shadow. He's hitting an after shadow just because of how fast the movements of ONIC is. So what kind of changes are we expecting here coming from Sunsparks in Game 3?
I think for Sunsparks, they need to change up the rotations if they're planning to do the same draft. The only problem that happened on Game 2 was that again Iakno, all of the moves that Iakno made were so phenomenal, like the catch on the Ling to force out the ultimate just to make sure that the carry. Well, you know, as Ling players, we all know that Ling is always waiting for the carry. So what Iakno does is he forces out the ultimate from the Ling because he knows that if he hits the the Wave the Dragon combo, Ling dies. Okay, so. Even if he dies, he doesn't care. He opens up a lot for ONIC PH. So I think for Sunsparks to be able to adjust on Game 3, you need to work on your rotations and target priorities. What I mean by target priorities is that you mark certain players on the enemy side that you should deal with. Because the problem on that game was not the carry, and it was not the it was not the Popol and Koopa. It was the Cho and the Grok. Fuzakin on the Grok. My God, it shows us how well flexed these players are. 10 of the most insanely talented players here on this match. Fuzakin and Iakno has provided us with an intensifying performance, and against Sunsparks on Game 1, they have shown that they are very capable as well. So I think on Game 3, just lay it all out for both of the teams. Lay it all out.
I think so.
I mean, Game 3 will be the statement game for now, and I mean, I must admit, it was Iaknu once again. He flickers in, goes for the Dragon's Rage because he was that 100% confident that there was a Ling in there. Forces out the Ling to jump over the wall, ends up in the hands of Oh My Venus. They got the good understanding of how this Ling will work. They stack their armor, not agreed to midnight, not focusing onto those targets that they can take down easily. They have been trying to take down again and again Fuziken, but Fuziken die. So it's a bit of too much right there. They even use Divine Judgment just to take him down. So once you got that Divine Judgment on cooldown, what's the next big problem? There's no big threat right now after that Ling, after that Divine Judgment. It wasn't as free as how that carry just free hitting everyone all across the board. So I think Sunsparks, they kind of need to maximize their strengths the early game, because they kind of bit a falter onto that one. Yes, they were able to draft it very well, but it was Fuziken. It was the no sieging power on the early game. It was small details that they missed, but transitioned into a loss.
Huh. So, Fuziken, is that going to be the priority here? I don't think so for the meantime. Again, Iaknu plays were really great, right? I mean, that was the point that you guys were making. Iaknu and Fuziken, they're really big factors, but I feel like we're missing out on something. That something is what they are going to have to show us on the next draft, because I don't like that ONIC draft is so unpredictable. At the same time, it's a strength, right? It's an absolute strength, because maybe Sunsparks played a little bit too confidently on that one, knowing that on paper, they had a superior draft. Come on, you guys gotta admit, right? But on the other hand, though, being the unpredictability, again, this is something that a lot of other teams in other different sports use to their advantage. And I think we are seeing that here as well, especially on that game 2. Maybe game 1, ONIC was trying to go for it. Didn't work out. Game 2, it did. So, man, I'm so excited what Game 3 has to offer for us. First of all, one big thing I noticed, Championship Kufra, no play at all. It's always first band. I wonder if that's gonna keep happening here. Working out so well for ONIC. Let's go into the draft.
Doing that. But no.
It's not.
And no, they didn't pick it as early as they can.
Yeah, I think the idea behind Sunsparks is that they're very annoyed with the grok of Fuziken. So I understand the choice that they wanted to at least limit the hero pool of Fuziken, but the same thing can be done to them. ONIC PH, they can definitely play the Kufra here. Although there's an Esmeralda and there's a Kaja on the side of Sunsparks, Kufra is not that bad. If you can manage to get early dominance with the Kufra, suddenly you're limiting the positions that Sunsparks can play around the map. Because Kufra, what he does in the game is it spells out map control.
Your team is picking.
Okay, Sunsparks, they banned out the Kufra.
All right.
Nice choice there.
What? What dimension is this? What dimension do we have here? Where a Kufra will be banned out by Sunsparks. A little surprising. At the same time, though, you cannot also ignore that ONIC PH is very much capable of picking up Kufra, and they're also pretty squishy right now.
Yeah, again, we've discussed already that Kufra can be handled by ONIC PH. And Sunsparks, they already have a Grok and a Kaja, so the Kufra is not going to be fitted on their roster anymore. But the last remaining tank, which is not a tank, he's a fighter, but he can be played as a tank, is now on the side of ONIC PH. That's the Jawhead.
Yes, a Jawhead. And right... Oh, this is good. I mean, if you're going to have the Grok, this Kimmy is a big statement from this day, from previous games, and having a Grok and the Kimmy, of course, with that Kaja, this will be big.
Oh my goodness.
And are we seriously gonna do this right now? Is this the time to actually do this, Sunsparks? I am not sure, but you know, who am I? Am I Season 4 champion? I don't know, right? Obviously not. But high loss is a great way to deal with it. It's a great reaction play, but I don't think that's gonna be it. Let's see though, because they still have a few options.
There you go.
Okay, there you go.
I think this is a much
Oh,
better
wait.
choice for ONIC PH, the Akai against the Esmeralda and Freya. The thing about these two heroes is that they like to close the gaps. Yes, Hylos will be able to provide you the mobility, but the problem is there is a Grok and there is a Kimi on the
Yes.
side of Sunsparks. So you need these heroes that can definitely push away the aggression from Sunsparks and limit the focus from the Kimi. So I really like the Akai pick here from ONIC PH. But then again, I'm worried about the 1v1 matchup between the Cho and the Freya that is supposed to go on. I think the side of Freya, and if he's able to get a dominance or an early lead for Sunsparks, this might be again a Sunsparks game.
Yeah, and I'm not sure who to pick on this one, but this Freya in the hand. I think this will be in the hands of Kilowatt, right? So it will go up against Show. Once again, Iakme on that Show. He's not really questionable. It was a worthy first pick for them to secure and good takeaway against Kilowatt. But Sunsparks with the Grok and Kaja can just go ahead and ram away ONIC. So I think I'll go with the Sunsparks still.
Yeah, I think at this point, I don't know if I saw that correctly, but I think the Freya was on arrival, and against a Cho, you'll probably lose out on the early game without the purifies.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be ONIC for me, boys. I don't know. Obviously, we're not relying on a single 1v1, right, on a single lane, but
Yeah.
survival is going to be key here for the Freya if you want to make it to later parts of the game where it will shine. So it's ONIC for me. That's a 2-1, right? All right,
Yeah,
2-1.
Sunsparks.
Okay, so
Sunsparks.
Wolf and Raptor, what do you think about that? Hope you guys are catching your breath already because we are heading into Game 3. Go ahead, take it away.
Man, I haven't been able to completely catch my breath because that draft just blew me away and took my breath away. Freya getting last pick there by Sunsparks. Not a great record here in the MPL Season 5. It's Reptar and Wolf here. But Wolf, fun fact, in the 4, and I think this is going to be the 5th match, we're going to see Akai in MPL Season 5. Akai is actually undefeated. Of all the heroes, Akai in the MPL in Season 5 is undefeated. But man, oh man, you're joining us here on the official English stream for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Season 5. Final day. It's the rematch. It's ONIC, Sunsparks. Wolf, how do you feel about the draft? It was a 2-1 for the panel.
Yeah, it was for good reasons. I think it's hard to decide because it's gonna depend on execution mainly. Both teams have their own win conditions. I would say the stronger win condition would be Sunsparks with their Kimi lineup. And this is Freya. On Kilowatt, it went for the flicker this time. It's gonna match. I don't think that Cho or Dilar can win it 1v1 against Freya. Or I might be wrong actually, because it's gonna be dependent again on their own way of their own way of defending. But I did say in the early stages of the game number 1, whoever holds the Grok wins the game. Did Rafisha get it? No, of course. Gonna be punished though. Twice is there. So the problem I have with ONIC PH is that their wave clear is not gonna match how fast KLVJ is gonna take the buffs or the jungle or even the lane. This is a Kimi with the mage killer. Actually, not the mage killer emblem.
No.
But for the Mr. Shop, it's gonna be close. Now, wrap around though. Reptar, who's gonna get this buff? It's very important that KLVJ will not get it. It's actually Greed.
Yeah, Greed.
Okay, ONIC PH.
Able to lock it in there for Sunsparks. And ONIC PH now trying to retaliate, still find their footing here. Sunsparks able to secure their own buff as well. So ONIC PH only able to secure one. That is the orange buff there in the top, secured by Wise. Meanwhile, Greed able to steal away the purple buff for Sunsparks there. ONIC PH starting to creep a little bit more just to feel it out a bit. And man, right now, still very early to determine who is going to win this. But so far, are you happy with how Sunsparks is moving their Kimi around and how well they've been prepping it? Is it enough?
If this was a fighting game, round 1 goes to Sunsparks already. right? Because of the steal of the buff. This means that KelVJ as well as Green will be so happy about this, and that's equally bad for Wise to not have the purple buff for himself, which means that in the next 2 minutes, it's going to be hard for ONIC PH to actually take a fight, and Sunsparks will take advantage of it, and what they are going to do is to push top lane. This is Kimmy Grok with Kaja. This third is going to fall. It's going to take a miracle or a godly play from Yaknu to actually defend this. Coast to coast, from the bottom part of the map up to the top, just to defend this. This is the right thing to do if you're facing a Kimmy.
Ooh, from out of nowhere. Oh, once again, he gets an other after Kilowash. A gorgeous barrier. Almost could have spelled doom there for Kilowash, but he was able to get away from that safely. And yeah, oh wait, hold on. No, my Venus and D-Lard going after the JP. They get a kill on JP, but oh my Venus gets taken out because of the rotation coming in from the Grok. Rough flash of the Hurricane that's coming from Fuziken, but he's not even going to try to finish him off there. Probably thinking a little bit too dangerous, but KelVJ once again able to steal a buff away from Sunsparks. The orange now taken away there by that Kimmy. Cho was trying to steal it actually, but Kimmy able to secure it.
You know, ONIC PH, I'm gonna say this is a bold statement, but they have downloaded Sunsparks from game 1. Yakno gonna be stacked, but he will be able to run away unless he gets hit by the ultimate, which it seems to me that KelVJ cannot charge up. The turtle will be taken by Dilar, and ONIC PH is gonna be happy with it. Inflating their economy right now on top. And the way I say that they have downloaded ONIC PH, they have really moved in a way that it is a counter to what Sunsparks wants to do. So game 1, their buffs were overtaken by Sunsparks. This time, they won't let it happen. And if they do let it happen, they just take something out of the map. So pressure other lanes. And then when Sunsparks tried to win, I said right, they won round 1. And in order for you to abuse that, you push the top turret. And the way for them to stop that is Yaknu going from the bottom up to the top, and then afterwards they collapse onto the turtle, knowing that they have the far better engagement because they have more numbers. Kilowash, nice attempt in there, but they are pulling back. It's not an easy kill actually, Dilar. It's a misplay actually from ONIC PH. They shouldn't have gone for a kill on the Kilowash. Maybe because they don't necessarily... they haven't memorized yet how well a Freya can defend it.
Yeah, and it looks like ONIC PH just completely left Dilar there. The moment they saw, oh, you know what, Valkyrie Descent was popped, that's the ultimate of Freya. You know what, let's just leave. And then it's like Dilar got the memo. Like, it's like, hey guys, why are you leaving? Don't leave me here. So that's gonna be a loss there for ONIC PH. So far, a better Freya game that we're seeing coming out of Kilowash here. The last time we saw Freya was used by SGD and wasn't used well. Dilar, maximum charge is gonna connect on him. And look at that sidestep to try to get away from that that wild charge. But he is able to survive, but that turret definitely doesn't. Oh wait, no, Dilar doesn't survive. He gets taken out as well. Here comes JP. Taking a lot of damage coming in from Wise. Yaknu.
Oh, Fuziken.
Along with all my
You're not a Grok anymore.
You're not as tanky as that Grok. Fuziken gets taken out, and both teams just moving in the same way once again. ONIC are gonna start off this turtle. Flesha is there to spot it out. His barrier tried to move the turtle a little bit farther away from the edge. Maybe give them a little bit more room. And look at that! Look at that sudden! What? Get out of here! Overrun! Like the Grok Reflesher just came out, loaded up Power of Nature, walked in their faces, and ONIC PH was like, we don't want this no more. And they don't get the turtle. Sunsparks now have the lead in the resource, but Kilowash gets taken out with that flame shot coming in from the Purple Kuba. Reflesha, the knock coming in for the wild charge. No follow-up though, so ONIC PH are gonna run away from this, and Sunsparks walk away wounded as they lose Kilowash there from ONIC.
I guess in the grand scheme of things, it's okay. They still lead in terms of the economy. They still are able to push turrets. And it's gonna be hard to punish from ONIC PH. It's hard to punish when you're ONIC PH because you will have to commit your ultimate from Fuziken. This is the Hurricane Dance. Man, I missed saying that actually. It's been a long time since we've seen Nakai. And Fuziken, between the heroes that they have, obviously you have to favor the Grok many times in the game. ONIC PH, they do have a Grok killer. They have the carry. They also have an Esmeralda killer. And they won't have problems in the latter stages of the game. Draft-wise, they want to go for the Esmeralda this time. Oh, sorry, the Freya. Trying to survive. Unstoppable Force, well timed. And there's the Barker Descent. But Popple and Koopa with the Flame Shot. The nades flying in.
Flame Shot once again by Oh My Venus.
This game is so close, and even the economy shows us. But what we don't see outright is that Sunsparks are winning in terms of the map control, as they are winning the turrets. And it is understandable because this is a Kimi lineup anyways. Oh, Fuzaken actually.
No, Divine Judgment there. They get Fuzaken taken out. There goes Yakai, and that is going to be a continuous push there from Sunsparks. They don't have the minions to push it continuously though, so they are going to be forced to go back. Iyaknu! Oh, a little bit too sour there. He does get a pick off though on KLVJ, so that's going to be the marksman. So here comes Wise, and here comes ONIC trying to clean it up. JP taking so much damage, and he gets taken out. That's going to be a double kill there for the carry. Greed. Oh, he gets stunned by Koopa, but he is able to escape. So Iyaknu sacrificed himself. That is the literal definition or showcase of for the greater good, because they were able to finally get a shutdown there on the Kimi, which is very crucial right now for ONIC PH.
A lot of people will say that was a hyper extension from ONIC PH to try to go for it with Fuzaken diving just to defend the top of their turret, and then Iyaknu jumping in. It's not. It is a calculated move that they had to take to win the bigger battle. And now they stop. Kill VJ. There's the Yakai with the ultimate. Where's the damage though? Oh, my Venus is here. They have the Wolf. They take out the Kimi. Wise on the backlines with the damage this time. Kilowash and Raflisha needs to run away, but Iyaknu once again with the catch. This is the way of the dragon. And ONIC PH are winning the battle. Even when they are trading so badly, it doesn't matter. Because they get the positive trades for the latter stages of the game.
And this, look at this. This is the evolution of ONIC PH. They don't have their typical mage supports. Their support is a marksman. It's not your typical ONIC PH draft where you see a lot of importance put into a mage, where you see the Farsa or the Sicilian Shine, sometimes maybe even the Nana. This is like an all, a lot of heart and a lot of focus being put into the marksman here of ONIC PH. But then at the same time, Iyaknu still showing up. This is just so, man. I'm seeing you right now in our chat with the other casters. I really don't feel good about myself playing ML anymore because Sunsparks and ONIC PH are just on a whole other level, man. We're trash
compared to this.
We are not worthy to play the same game that these two teams are playing.
No.
They're just way too good at this.
They are way too good at it. Oh man, I hope I have a lot of time to explain how intelligent that play was from ONIC PH too. But obviously I don't have it. All I'm trying to say is that ONIC PH, they are sacrificing some of their skills, some of their heroes, just to extend this game. And by extending that game, it's not just, okay, Fuzaken dive, just have a suicide mission just to defend and let's have Wise farm. No, it's not as one-dimensional as that. It's more about them having Fuzaken feed so that Wise can pick up the pace afterwards, and they're slowly getting positive trades like 2-for-1s to now their advantage. Shadow Felicia is gonna struggle against Wise. Wise is positioning on this carry, man. You have to make a video of this, but Greed though, there is it. There is a wall-to-wall charge, but Yakai with the ultimate to save him. Wise survived for long enough for the rest of Sunsparks to overdive this, and they knock them up with Iyaknu in there. Look, what? Crazy, man. Iyaknu, but this is bad for ONIC PH to say the least. The good thing about it though is that they have the lane pressure because of the big minions carried out by the Lord. If without that, I think ONIC PH, that will count as a mistake.
Checking out the replay again, that Divine Judgment followed up by the Wild Charge of Grok. Just a lot of damage coming in from Sunsparks and ONIC PH. They could have recovered this, but Iyaknu tried to go after KLVJ. Just that momentary, that perfectly timed slide, the backslide of Kimi just gave enough room from KLVJ to get away from Iyaknu there. That could have been a really great pickoff once again. but maybe not this time, says Sunsparks. Another close game. ONIC PH and Sunsparks really showing us how it's done here. Wise could be the key for ONIC PH. We've seen Wise just completely tear it up. And let's see if he can keep doing it. But knowing that how Wise tends to either wrap around or waits for the entirety of Sunsparks to really focus all their attention for the rest of ONIC, and then Wise comes in from the back. JP already using Falling Star Moon just to get away. Sunsparks are going to try to watch out for the carry even more. See if they can.
Oh, Fuzak in a bad spot. Nakai, 1000 butter to get away. He's safe for now. Healing up a bit, but ONIC already working on the bottom lane turret and will be able to do so. Now, that's great. Able to run away with the flicker. That's not about Raflisha though. Guardian's Barrier, promising. Power of Nature going to be casted here as the Koopa is just zoning out the members of Sunsparks. You have to take the top lane. It's also being pressured as well by the Cho. Fortunately for Sunsparks, no more minions are available there for ONIC PH to push the top lane turret. But ONIC, man, diversion tactics. It's this game, man. It's all about misdirection from both teams.
Yep. ONIC PH making Sunsparks look at one hand, but then the trick is in the other. And they fell for it once again. They were able to take down the bottom lane turret. Sunsparks had their attention focused elsewhere. The buff now able to get secured again by Kill VJ. But we have seen Sunsparks make a comeback from this. If ONIC PH don't watch their positioning in a team fight, if Fuzakin somehow gets a really bad Hurricane Dance or can't get the Hurricane Dance spin down that he needs, the Sunsparks can very well still turn this around. We have seen the damage and the sustainability coming out of that Freya coming in big for Sunsparks at times in this game. So let's see who is going to slip up first, or who is going to make the game-changing play first. With the Lord now up, ONIC PH positioning around it, start trying to see if Sunsparks will bite the bait that it looks like they're trying to pull off here.
Oh man, you have to wonder. It's the time the Kim expired already. KLBJ, to be careful about your positioning. Dilar is behind her, but the Grok as well. So La Felicia will spot this out. It's really close. But one thing, that they're chasing Wise. Okay, this is weird because on the left side, they're trying to chase the Cho. But already ONIC PH are starting with the Lord this time. Wise actually jumps forward. Dilar is there. JP's here. In a very bad spot. Still has got the Purify for himself. That's the Wolf just like trying to zone them out. Raflisha taking so much damage. Oh no, that's a problem. Watcher is great, but it's not the best. Gonna be able to stop the ONIC PH advance, but there is gonna be the kill onto JP. Oh, from JP, I mean, to take a Wise. That's actually 4.
Wow.
ONIC PH. Man, that was all over the place.
I just said it. It was.
Is this it once again?
JP and Reflection turning things around. That Falling Star Moon.
No way!
Sunsparks might be able to finish this. It's only going to be Iactu. It's going to be this middle lane turret going to go down. They look like they are going to finish this. Iactu gets the fine judgment.
No, Sunsparks! Oh, he's again? No!
Once again!
What?
Sunsparks stealing the game away from ONIC PH. Oh my goodness, that was deja vu. That was
deja vu.
That was what we saw. But this time there was no arrival for the save. And it was Sunsparks who finished it. Man, oh man. Sunsparks winning the rematch, showing when they became champions of Season 4. Deja vu. I felt like I was back in October of 2019. Man, one team fight changed it all. I just said it, and then it happened. The Falling Star Moon of JP, followed up by the Wild Charge, was just enough burst to bring ONIC down to an uncomfortable level. And in a blink, in a snap, Sunsparks takes the game and takes the series. Wolf, what do you have to say about this, man?
That they Sunsparks. they rose to the occasion. Man, okay. Oh, all right. I'm gonna try to. I kind of need a replay to kind of break it down. But what I remember was there was a wild charge that actually caught free. it didn't matter that it wasn't like a killing wild charge. It set up for the falling Starman, and that's what all that mattered in the end. And then the problem with with ONIC PH is that they separated, right? Two of the members went for the Kimi and the other went for the Esmeralda. And because of the divide that happened after the falling star moon in the wild charge, ONIC PH lost the integrity of their team fight. I think the panel was talking about the team fight being better in the side of Sunsparks. And even in the late game, ONIC PH should have respected that. And really, just one bad decision to turn the game. My goodness, ONIC PH really stumbled there, but nevertheless, that was a great series. I think that the early game control for ONIC PH is still stellar at this point.
Oh, I did not. None of us expected that. Even in the chat right now, we have with the other talents here in MPL, we're all just completely dumbfounded with how from out of nowhere that victory was, because it looked pretty even. It looked neck and neck, and even it looked like it wasn't the side of ONIC PH. But then one misstep, one overstep, one positional mistake, and suddenly they get wiped out. Iyaknu, the last man standing, but 5 or 4 versus 1. I'm gonna take the 4.
Yeah.
And Sunsparks takes the series in what felt like a replay, a deja vu moment from season 4. Man, if you haven't seen that series, watch that series and you're gonna know what we're talking about. But where we're at right now is season 5. And this was the last day. And that was the last game. We are now going into the playoffs where we are going to see Bren eSports, ONIC PH, Sunsparks, SGD Omega, Execration, Blacklist International, BSB, and Upper Level fight it out to see who is going to be the champions for MPL Season 5. We have been your casters for today. It has been an honor to cast a regular season. Maybe we'll see each other in the playoffs. My name is Reptar. Wolf, do you have any last words for our viewers and for our audience before we go?
Thank you so much, MPL. That was a treat, to say the least. That was one of the best moments that I have in casting. Thank you so much.
And thank you as well for turning all your attention to MPL Season 5. That is it once again for us. My name is Reptar. This is Wolf. This is the MPL. We're not done yet, though. Let's see what our analysts thought about game number 3.
Again, stellar shoutcasting there from Wolf and Reptar. It was a treat hearing that as well, you know. Anyway, we're back in the analyst desk. Everyone is they're close to death here. They're gonna go to the respawn area soon. And again, we have Midnight and Osiris. This is so many highlights. Let's watch it first, right? Let's go ahead and break this down as we watch them.
You know, I can't even start to break it down. It's just how good the players are. Again, we've said this. These are the 10 of the most talented players you would ever get. And man, oh man, the things you can do with a mobile phone. Oh my freaking lord.
The MOBA scene intensifies with this game, and remember, this is just the last game of this week. It means that playoffs, where there's still more to happen, and the MPL never fails to surprise us. That's what I love from watching from way back ever since. And right now, This is not the championship yet, but we are seeing those decisions that Lord play. Imagine Reptar and Wolf isn't really that reacting. Like, yeah, it was another kill, it's just another team fight, but it was the nail in the coffin. I was like, yeah, I thought it wasn't as big as it is, but the decision making from Sunsparks was on point.
That was basically a snap decision being done in the heat of the moment with a good team fight. Again, decision making from Sunsparks. I don't know where they pull off these things, but somehow, even in a bit of a weird uphill battle, they're still able to make it through. The comeback of the comeback here for Sunsparks. Again, a huge difference from comeback kings from MPL's seasons past. But man, oh man, this was absolutely a treat. Again, JP on the Esmeralda, the big time MVP of that game. So,
yeah.
Regardless of this, by the way, I just want to make a quick entry. This is not going to be the last we're going to see of this. Because right away, we will be seeing Sunsparks versus ONIC and Execration versus Bren on the upper bracket. By the way, they will be the ones who will be facing off against each other. Have to just repeat that. So this is not over as of yet by a long shot. I mean, it looks like a championship match, but it's not really a championship match, right? Because there is still a chance for ONIC to really take away the actual throne from their defending champions.
Yeah.
You know,
There's so many things
words.
happened.
Yeah, the last team fight, you know, Wolf mentioned how great that fight was from the Grok and the Esmeralda. If you haven't seen how that went on, it basically punished ONIC PH so much. Again, Sunsparks, Coach Darius have said this. These are five of the most insanely mechanically gifted players, and the ability to think during that moment you can utilize the Freya into the wild charge of the Grok and the falling star moon of the Esmeralda. You know, we as analysts, we imagine these things, okay? We can be wrong if the players don't pull it off. That's why it's so easy to say that Sunsparks has better team fight if you see how Sunsparks fights.
Yeah, I mean, what's more to say? They really did surprise us. That Freya is something that you need to respect against tanks. That's a duelist going up against different tanks, but was able to take them down. And it kind of puts you in a complacent mindset that it's just Freya. It wasn't as big as how Grok plays, as how Esmeralda plays, but then Kilowatt was able to surprise us. He was dove by 4-person, but manages to kill one and survive. I mean, what more to ask? It was Sunsparks again playing on their caliber right now.
Again, Sunsparks, that caliber is just basically what the bar is, right? This is the bar that every other team in the MPL has to reach. This is how the level of mechanics, the level of decision-making prowess, the level of draft knowledge that you have in order to actually make it through into the championship. Will we have our first 2-time champion? That is something that all of us will have to watch out for here in the coming playoffs in the next few weeks. That's coming very, very shortly. After this, it's going to be we're barely going to have to have catch our breath. Maybe we might see a Luoyi. I don't know if he's going to be available by then, but then maybe the meta has changed a little bit. Another test if a team can actually pull that off, you know, cope with changes and then come out on top in the end, reigning over everyone else. So the test is, of course, can the other teams actually reach that? Maybe it's not just Sunsparks and ONIC, right? Maybe other teams watched this today and they thought, we're not doing well. We need to do better. You can do a lot in 2 weeks, right? Who knows? Maybe we might have a different champion, but again, that is all in the playoffs.
Yeah. And you know what? After everything has been said and done, all the games have been played. And yeah, we're really excited for the playoffs, but man, I just have to give the spotlight to the players. They deserve this. Nobody thought you can bring this much entertainment by just playing mobile games. And what better way to end our regular season with a very, very immaculate display of, pressing buttons, sliding on your screens. There's no better way.
Applying powder.
Applying powder. And I really love, I can never believe that I would say this and this comes out from my mouth. I love Mobile Legends.
Yeah. Here we go for group standings, ladies and gents. The final group standings here in the coming coming playoffs here. Bren eSports still on top. ONIC PH and Sunsparks, of course, neck and neck. As expected, that is not surprising at all. And of course, you know who's going to be facing who in the coming weeks. SGD Omega, Blacklist International, BSB, and U-Level will be joining us in the lower bracket in the coming playoffs. And Geek Fam PH and STI, unfortunately, will be saying goodbye to MPL Season 5.
Yeah.
The standings
Is there anything else left to
shows-
say here? I mean, yeah, 7-2 on free on the top 2 to free. Maybe it shows a little bit of difference, but I think
Yeah.
even if you're in the lower bracket, you still have a good chance. I think we saw that from Archangel in season 3, right? So, man, last words here for Midnight. Osiris, go ahead.
For me, again, this has been a wonderful experience. The regular season, the entire regular season of MPL Season 5 has been very well received, and we enjoyed a lot of fun games, but expect for more fun on the playoffs.
Yeah, and as for me, of course, I would like to thank everyone who's watching. Stay tuned for the playoffs, and thank you for everyone, of course, for supporting. I'm new to this S5 MPL, and this is a hell of a roller coaster ride of emotions, and I am still up for more games, more surprises at the playoffs. I'll see you guys, and wrap it up.
Yep. Again, MPL PH Season 5 is presented by Smart, and together with PLDT Smart Foundation, in partnership with Smart, we can help our frontliners as we stand together to be the real heroes in these challenging times. Support our frontliners through SMS. Text DONATE to 3456, and donations will be open from April 22 to July 16, 2020. MPL PH Season 5 is also brought to us by our sponsors, Realme Smartphones, Logitech G, our headset partner, and organized by Moonton. 515E Party, last chance, guys. You got to go check it out. And again, the coming playoffs is going to be one to watch out for. This is going to be one for the books, absolutely. Will there be a revenge? Will there be a new champion? That is all that you will have to find out in the coming weeks. Watch out for the Mobile Legends Bang Bang official Facebook page and YouTube channel for further announcements with those dates. Again, from behalf of Wolf and Reptar, Midnight and Osiris, and the rest of the production crew, we thank you so much for watching us here in MPL PH Season 5, and we will see you in the playoffs.
Still waiting for your epic battle? Wait no more. Make the switch to Smart LTE. And experience greatness with the country's fastest mobile data network.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99. Let's go!
Realme 6i. Unleash the power. Realme smartphone. Dare to leap.
Still waiting for your epic battle? Wait no more. Make the switch to Smart LTE. And experience greatness with the country's fastest mobile data network.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
In time minus 10.
The situation
9,
is critical.
8,
The data doesn't
7,
seem right. Check pressure. It can't be
5,
stopped now.
4, 3.
Okay, get ready.
1. Launch.
Game on! Party on!